Hello and good morning, everyone. We are a mere 20 minutes away from the commencement of the second day of the 138th Battle of the Blues. Moving on from where we left off, we had 255 runs all out for all college and 33 at no loss, and St. Thomas's is trailing by 222 points. To start off today's discussion, let's move in to the toss. Shalom.
Yes, guys. So St. Thomas College won the toss and they elected to field, which I feel was a big blow for college, especially since they also wanted to field first. And I feel like it did have a big impact on the match
Definitely.
because it was a spinning pitch, and you saw St. Thomas College brought in their spinners, Ratnayaka, Dylan Pieris, very early on in the game, and they made a lot of impact on the Royal College batsmen. However, if you notice, it's the fast bowler Kalana Pereira who actually took the 5-wicket haul. And I think that was a strategy of the St. Thomas College skipper, changing the pace of the bowlers, a lot of spin, with a lot of pace bowling, a lot of seam, and a lot of movement of the ball as well. And Pereira definitely had a very consistent line and length, and that combined with the different line and lengths of Iriagama, I think really confused the batsman and made a big impact on the game.
I mean, you have to talk about the Royalist batting side. It was, Sholem, you would agree with me, it was not very convincing from where we stand. What do you have to say about that?
Well, the batting performance, I think what really affected the Royal College performance was the fact that no one really stepped up to the plate and really shown out. Rather, we had a lot of the middle order and kind of top order batsmen just pitching in. So you had Madara Singh, Surya Bandara, Jayawardena, Ramanayaka, and of course Sandeep all playing above 30 runs, 32, 35, 38, 41, 42. All decent scores, nothing extremely good and yet not extremely bad either. You only had a few people failing around 6 or 10 runs. So I feel like that the one problem was that no one stepped up to the plate. Otherwise, I feel like it was a decent batting performance by Royal. It's just that there was no real drive behind.
And how could this batting performance have been improved? Should they have taken a more aggressive approach instead of the passive approach they took yesterday?
Well, they definitely scored at a even, if a bit maybe below average kind of pace yesterday. As you saw, they were all out 255 midway through the third session. Ideally, by then they would have been around 300 runs if they had been scoring at the pace that they'd wanted to score. I feel like the loss of wickets, they were around 172 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. The loss of wickets definitely contributed to the fact that they scored so slowly. In the beginning, they were going at a fairly good pace, around 3 runs per over. It was absolutely fine. Later on, of course, they slowed down because they were fearful of their wickets. And I feel like that's what slowed down the entire progress.
And talking about the Royalist batting team, we have to talk about Helith Vitanage, the captain. He scored around more than 1,000 runs in the season, yet he got out for 10.
Yes, indeed. That was very disappointing, but as you say, it's a game. There's pressure. It takes what it takes, and Helitha will come back. He has a chance of redemption at the second innings. Shalom.
Yes. Also, I feel like you can't judge a person's performance in a specific match just because of his performance throughout the season. Helitha was the highest scoring batsman, not just in Royal, but if you take St. Thomas also, he was the highest scoring batsman in the season. And yet he was one of the lowest scoring in the entire match. I feel like definitely as a captain's role, he did not perform as well as he could have. But that does not mean that he did not perform well. Even in the field, he was doing a lot of damage, or not a lot of damage, but he was doing pretty well with the ball. And he definitely hyping up his players. He made some good decisions in the field as well. So I feel like you should need to give him a second chance. And a game is not just dependent on one player; it's dependent on the entire team. And I feel like Helith, as long as he drives his team, that's really all he needs to do to win the match.
And if you look at the Thomian bowling side, that team, that plan they set out, that was integral for their success yesterday. Yeah. Jonathan, what really stood out for you about the Thomian bowling side?
I think I have to mention Kalna Pereira's name. It is his first time playing for Royal, and he took a 5-over wicket in his first innings. And we have to also talk about Romesh Nalla Perumal's change of bowling plan. He quickly changed. He realized the spinners were not working. He quickly changed to Kalna Pereira, and that has to be commended.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The match has just begun. We hope you catch the action live on Royal Tour Live. I'm Kyle Saleh, joined by Shalom Samanduran and Jonathan Cruz. Thank you.
Check. Check. Is it okay now?
The 138th Battle of the Blues between the first 11 cricket squads of Royal College and St. Thomas's College. The score currently stands at 37 for no loss, and St. Thomas's College is at the crease currently with trailing by 218 runs. My name is Shalim Subandran. I am joined by Shan Veeratunga, and we will be for your commentators for today. It's a brilliant shot by Kodituako. It's going to be stopped by fine leg, but a well-placed shot. I feel like Vitanage's line and length is a bit questionable in this over, or has been a bit questionable. It's not necessarily bad ball, it's simply that his line, more than his length, his line really has just been changed a little bit, allowing the batsman to go on the back foot and play it down to the leg side. We saw both batsmen playing that shot quite a few times, even yesterday and today as well. And considering the Royal field setting, they've got 3 slips, Kali, and 3 men on the off. So I feel like Vitanage or even Ramanayaka, whoever's bowling really, has to bowl according to his field and have to bowl to the offside if he wants to have any effect. And here we have the man himself, Ramanayaka, bowling from the press media box end rather. He's the man I think the Thomians are really watching out for. He's the one who triggered the collapse last Royal Thomian. I love Royal to change the entire match. And his pace is something we reckon with, especially with the fact that because of his height, the ball bounces up and drags up quite a bit. He'll bowl in a good length and the ball somehow makes its way to the waist or high of the batsman. Do you think the Thomian batsmen at the crease are intimidated by the fact that Ramanayaka is there, considering he got Koditako out last year as well, and he was one of the key catalysts in the Royal College innings, as well as the fact that he's the best bowler in the Royal College side. Do you think St. Thomas College are going to be extremely wary of him and play cautiously, or they're going to just play their game?
I think they're gonna be very defensive when he's bowling, but with the other bowlers coming in, I think they're gonna try and attack them.
It seems like you're right, especially with that shot by Koditako. Interesting to note, thank you. It's interesting to note that there have been no extras in the Royal. Oh, a superb shot there by Koditako. And it's going to run away to the boundary. Ramanayaka bowling a bit too wide for the batsman, gave him a bit of room to swing his bat. Koditako went after the ball, he leaned in, got some weight on his front foot and smashed it through the covers. No chance there for the fielders, and it's 4 runs for Koditako. You saw Koditako also signaling towards the pavilion. Something wrong with his bat, I think. Maybe he's cracked it. And as you know, Thomian side this year is the youngest side since 1983 with 8 freshers. And after these 2 batsmen, most of the batsmen after them are going to be freshers. Both the batsmen at the crease are Carlos second and 30th. After that, it's all going to be freshers. Do you think that's going to affect the Thomian lineup? That's true. We've seen a couple of these players at the last 50 over match as well. Especially Hapuhin. Everyone was very impressed by his performance. Quite the big hitter he was. Of course, in a test match, you want to be a bit more disciplined and a bit more careful around the ball and not play as aggressively in a 50 over match. But of course, Hapuhin, I feel, is an experienced enough batsman to know the difference and to play accordingly. This morning session will probably be the most important session for Royal College today, since you got the prepared pitch for the morning and make full use of their fast bowlers. They got three main paces actually. They got Abhishek Pereira, Ramanayaka and Vitanagir. Other than that, it's going to be mostly the other bowlers are basically all rounders, and then a few spinners such as Yuin Hera, Thomian Pereira. But I think they're going to be making full advantage of those paces this today and seeing what they can do. And it's a hard bouncer by Ramanayaka. He's known for them actually, especially since the side's actually easy for him to get bouncer. But I feel like he loses a bit of pace when he bowls them. Do you think St. Mary's College will want to declare today? Yes, I feel 350 will probably be the intended target for the Thomians right now. Maybe a 100-run lead, and then try and bowl out the Royalists rather. It's possible for a Thomian victory as long as there's no middle order collapse or indeed top order collapse. And if the Royal batsmen don't perform as well as they should. Well, when the Royalists were batting, the Thomian skipper Nalla had a very interesting field setting, really unlike this one actually. He had only a couple of splits and then he had 5 men inside the 30-yard circle, or rather 4 men and then 1 man outside the 30-yard circle. And then there's 2 men on the leg side, the deep square leg or deep mid wicket, and then just the middle on over. And then the bowlers consistently bowled the offside of the batsman. Do you think that the Royalists are going to try and imitate such a strategy, or they're going to try and keep a more balanced field set in? Well, with these two fast bowlers, I feel like that's probably the wise option. A good shot by Gunaratna, bringing into the gap there, or just a single. Well, that's going at a decent rate, don't you think so? It's 13 overs and they scored 43 runs already. For a test match, that's quite a respectable score in such a short time. That's another bouncer by Vitanagir. The first ball that was bowled to Surya Bandara yesterday was actually a bouncer to the next side. And he didn't duck. He went at the ball and missed it, almost got an edge. But these opening batsmen seem to prefer to duck when the ball, when a bounce is bowled towards them. Oh, there we go. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but he was effective either way. Just glancing it away from Kavind Madhara Singh, the Royal keeper, and fine leg was there, but not fine enough to stop that ball. That's 4 more runs for Kodituakku. The famous English bowler Harold Larwood, who used to say that he'd bowl 4 types of balls to any new batsman he comes across. Yorker, oh, that's another edge. 4 more runs for Kodituakku. He seems to be having some problems with his bat again, but I'm not sure if there was a drop catch. The fielder seemed to think so, and the slip is very disappointed there, still hunched up on the ground. The edge just went through the second and third slip. The dive was not enough to get his hands underneath the ball. I think it was a bit lucky for Kodituakku as well, and that brings 50 up for St. Thomas's College. And here they have the mid-on and the mid-off having a word with Anage. Anyway, as I was saying, I would say that he was bowled 4 types of ball: a Yorker, a bouncer, a fizzer, and a slow ball. And he said that if that batsman took 1 run of each of those balls, he knew he was in trouble. Because that means that's a good batsman who can play any type of ball. But then again, if you're playing in a very, very conservative test format, for example, like Jeffrey Boycott would probably block every single one of those balls. So maybe that's not the best way to judge a batsman, but definitely a class batsman can take 1 run of each of those balls. We have Ramanayaka who will continue his spell from the media box end. Well, we saw Yuvin here. I think Yuvin had a lot of trouble yesterday. Not trouble per se, but definitely makes them question their decisions a little bit. And there's definitely other fast bowlers that dog can turn to, Abhishek Pereira and Henry Kanage being the main other two. So Roy has a pretty decent bowling lineup, and I feel like the skipper just flicking through his options right now. Ramanayaka and Vitanage being the main 2 bowlers. After a little bit of time, after the pitch has deteriorated a little bit, I feel like the skipper will probably bring out the spinners, especially since they've already identified that this is a spinning pitch, and here can probably do a lot of damage as well. And even Malin Pereira is a good left-arm bowler. And here is the Gunaratna on strike. A bit of an appeal there. I think 3 slips and a gully is a good field setting for Ramanayaka, especially since his balls, like I said before, they bounce up a lot. That would probably mean an edge. And here we see him going to the leg side and full length as well, so that's not going to help the slips much. An interesting field set in here, they put a short leg up just next to the batsman. And that's something that I feel actually imitating off the Thomian skipper. Maybe not imitating, but a similar strategy to the Thomian skipper. Having that short leg there in the form of Yuvin Herat. So now Ramanaka really has two options. He can bowl his usual good length to the offside and try and get a tip catch to those three skips on a gully, or he can bowl middle and leg and try and get the inside edge which short leg can take. Either way though, he can't bowl as full as that because it will be put away. There we see Kodithuaku once again absolutely slamming the ball to the offside boundary. A great drive there. That was very well timed and very well placed as well, just a bit finer than mid-off. So I think Ramanaka is the one who's making the mistake here as opposed to the field setting. He's bowling a bit too full. He'll have to bowl a bit shorter than that if he wants to have either edges. Because if you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men, or sorry, 7 men behind the batsman, bowling full is not going to do you any favours. And here we see Ramanaka is changing his run-up. He's now bowling around the wicket. All this time he's bowling over the wicket. And maybe this is either going to help him correct his line and bowl to the off, or it's going to cut into the batsman and try and get that inside edge. Looks like he's going for the latter option. Good defensive shot by Kodithuaku. The man in the off isn't really mid-off, is he? He's a bit more cover. So actually leaves a fairly large gap right in the centre. So if he plays along the ground, straight drive, if Ramanaka isn't there to stop it, he'll go straight to the boundary line. Well, the way he's bowling, I feel like he's trying for that inside edge because he's not bowling to the offside, if you notice. He's bowling right at the middle wicket, not even the offside wicket, middle wicket, middle and leg even. So I feel like he's trying to make use of the short leg that's there and maybe make the batsman play downwards to the leg side as Surya Bandara did and get that easy catch for the short leg. Thomian batsmen are not falling for it though. They are very persistently and very stubbornly playing to the offside again and again. So I feel it might be very frustrating for Ramanaka. And once again, we have Vitanagi to the Maitland place end. And here we don't see a short leg, rather a deep square leg, obviously to cut off any pull shots or square glances of the batsman. And I was just thinking last over that because they have a short leg and no deep square leg, if the batsman should choose to hit it square, there's absolutely no one to stop it. There's no fine leg. The person closest will probably be mid on, and that's nowhere near close enough. Short leg will have to chase it down, wearing his shin pads and his helmet and everything. There's a bit of a risk. But then again, it's a risk for the batsman to play because if they get the inside edge, then it's caught. So there's a gamble either way. Looks like the batsman decided, okay, I'm not going to go for any ambitious shots here. I'm just going to keep on playing at the off side. And there we go, leg glance, and mid-on's going to chase it down. 2 easy runs for Dalhousie College. Very well placed. Kind of just drifted past mid-on, and square leg had to run quarter way across the ground to get to that ball. Sorry, deep square leg rather. Ranage will continue his spell. And that's a bit lofted straight down the ground. And as I said before, should the batsman choose to play that straight drive, it will be boundary. It looks like that's exactly what's happened here. A great shot by Kodituakko. It's gone straight to the boundary. And that'll be a pretty brilliant half century, extremely fast, very, very powerful play by Kodituakko. Definitely not a force to be underestimated. Idanigi was bowling over the wicket to left-hander, so when he chose to play it slide to the offside, he had no chance of saving that ball as the bowler. So it's left, you can't just left to the mid-off position, who was not close enough to reach the ball. It's another good defensive shot, no run taken. And here I think the communication between these two batsmen is actually pretty good. Over there we didn't see either batsman even attempt to make a run. They knew exactly what was happening there. They were waiting for the call of the other batsman. Whereas in the Royal innings we saw a bit of confusion here and there, especially that absolute waste of a wicket with Ganit Sandeepa crashing into each other in the middle of the pitch and getting run out. And here I feel like these two batsmen have batted with each other enough times to know exactly how the other is going to respond to each given situation. And it looks like Kodituakko is just looking for the gaps in the field. It looks like he's looking for that boundary which is going to get him the half century. And the Royal field as well as well, they're closing in. It's a bit more of an attacking field than before. And there we go. Kodituakko is going for that straight drive once again. That ball I feel was a bit too full for him, or a bit too much to the leg side rather, for him to actually go for the shot. And so that's going to be the drinks break for the Thomian batsman. And you also see the water boy is actually giving some advice to the Thomian batsman as well. Obviously some pointers by the coach or by their own teammates, you know what they're supposed to do now. Whether they're supposed to go for the ball and play more conservative than they are right now. You can see that the dominant batsman here, or rather the batsman is really going for a shot. This could batsman is playing down, he's not going for the big shots, he's taking the singles basically and letting Kodituakko do his stuff. And I feel like this is a pretty traditional opening partnership that's happening here. You let one batsman do all the work, get as many runs as he can, put up a good score, while the other opening batsman just gets his eye in, conforms to the conditions of the pitch, knows what's happening, knows the field setting, gets used to those kind of things. So when the other batsman does get out, he's ready to take up that position. So there's a good ball by Ramnayaka once again. Well, definitely. I feel like Kodituakko is anyway playing pretty freely right now. Definitely. Well, I'm not sure about the sixes part because you only go for a six if you know for a fact that you are going to get a six. Otherwise, it's absolutely unnecessary risk in Test cricket. But I feel like he'll definitely continue to play the way he's playing, if not a bit more freely than before. I mean, if he's looking for his century, if he wants to get 100 runs, he'll have to put on the brakes a little bit and not just go ham and cheese on every single ball. That was a good shot. Just guiding the ball towards backward point. And this is what I was saying, right? See, Gunaratna is not going for the shots. He's simply trying to push the ball into certain sections of the field so they can get the single. And Kodituakko is giving a lot of advice here. He came halfway down the pitch last ball and told Gunaratna some opinions of his. And once again, he's going a bit interested in Gunaratna. Some pointers or some plan of action, I guess. Well, probably. But I feel like he's probably going to just wait for Koditoaku to either get out or for someone to give him the say-so. So it's either that, these two will continue their partnership and then eventually they'll decide, okay, we're going to go for every single ball regardless of whether we want 50 or not, just because we want to get some runs on the scoreboard. Or I think he's just going to wait and let Koditoaku do the work until maybe Koditoaku gets out and then he can take up that position of the anchor of the innings, which Koditoaku is doing until now. And that was close there. A lot of bounce by Ramanayaka. Gunaratne going on the back foot and barely missing the ball. And that's the kind of ball that Ramanayaka will need to bowl consistently if he wants to get some kind of edge. A lot of bounce on the offside and basically aimed around at the left shoulder of the left-hand batsman. Or maybe a bit below that actually. See, both the batsmen going on the back foot a lot for Ramanayaka because of the height that the ball rises. That was a good ball by Ramanayaka. It looked a bit slower and it was a Yorker definitely. Gunaratne just playing a defensive shot right back to Ramanayaka. And Ramanayaka will continue his spell. This will be a good over so far for Ramanayaka. Almost a made no, I feel. And it looks like, I feel like Koditoaku wants to be on strike more so than Gunaratne. I think he wants Gunaratne to take a single and let him bat. So this ball, I guess Gunaratne will look for the dot ball. That's a vicious bouncer by Ramanayaka. That's going to end the over. Score kind of stands for 63 runs for no loss. That was a good last over by Ramanayaka. It was a maiden over. And those bounces I feel really do help him out quite a lot. We haven't seen any clear response to those bounces yet really by the batsman. It's just duck or avoid the ball. Eventually though I feel like if Ramanayaka does keep up his usual pace or rate of 1 or 2 bounces every over, they'll want to do something about it because it's pretty much a guaranteed dot ball as of now. Not something that any batsman really wants the bowler to have in his arsenal. I think Ramanayaka's intent is a bit more simple than that, just to intimidate the batsman right now, I feel. Of course, we don't know what's going on in the bowler's head, but Ramanayaka has been known to bowl his bouncers just to intimidate the batsman and just to tell the batsman, I'm not going to stand for this kind of nonsense. Of course, the chance of a top edge is very real. And here we have a change in bowling. And it looks like Ganit Sandeepa will continue his spell from the Maitland place end. And that's a brilliant shot there by Koditoaku, just moving past the covers. So that's the kind of shot where he's guaranteed to get a few runs because he's putting it past the main in the 30-yard circle. And if he doesn't run onto the boundary, he's still going to get a double or single off that kind of shot. inching closer every day, every minute rather. I think putting Sandeep on the bowling attack is a wise move here. I feel the pitch is just about ready enough for a spin bowler or to switch the attack up a bit. And seeing that both the batsmen are left-handed batsmen, the ball's going to turn away from them. So no ball there by Sandeep. Otherwise a good ball. I feel like there's a lot of turn on that ball. And Gururatne didn't quite read the spin happening there. And here again Kodithuakka was given some advice. And a lot of fielders have changed their place for this over. You get a silly mid on. Just the one slip, even though they're obviously looking for that tip catch. And otherwise a very well balanced field. A lot of men on the leg side boundary, which is going to come in useful now with that shot. Just the one run for Gururatne, and so we could drop on strike for the rest of the over on the next ball. A lot of men in the deep on the left side. You got fine-ish deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Well, they're changing up a little bit again. And then you get mid on as well. And 3 men inside the 30-yard circle on the offside. And that's a great shot. Just the 1 man outside the 30-yard circle on the offside. It's going to stop it. And here we go, 50 runs. That's 50 runs for Kodithuakka. And a well played 50 it is. A lot of boundaries and a lot of, well, a very well paced 50 indeed. Very consistent pace, very fast pace, and absolutely deserving of that 50 runs. Well, this is the highest score in this entire match so far. None of the Royalists got to the 50 run mark. They got 42 actually. Sandeep foxing the batsman there, or rather telling the batsman, try and play that shot. You're going to get out. And here we see Kodithuakka was not only very good against the fast bowlers, but he's reading the spin very well. He played for a turn there and he got it absolutely right. So I feel like, he's a good spin player as well. Definitely I feel he's as good a batsman against spin as fast. You see some batsmen can play brilliantly against fast bowlers but then count against spin when they are lost. And you see that even at the international level, for example, that Australian batsman Khawaja, absolutely brilliant batsman, but when he comes up against spin he has no idea what's to do. But I feel like Kodithuakka is a bit more of a well-rounded and balanced batsman. And he's really done his job as the opening batsman. A solid foundation being put for St. Thomas's College. And a good foundation that even the middle order batsmen can build upon, because it's really going to boost the confidence of the freshers that are going to come in. Because if we had got out really early, and the freshers that come in thinking, okay, I need to score, and putting too much pressure on themselves, probably will affect their performance. But now there's a lack of pressure for the 1 down and 2 down batsmen, and they can just play their game without too much worry. So I feel this is not only tangibly better for the St. Thomas's College team, but also mentally it's going to help them quite a lot as well. And a switch in the attack here, they're bringing in the third pacey for the match so far, Abhishek Pereira. He's a staple bowler in the second 11 squad of our college for a very long time. He's been brought in for the first 11 squad very recently actually. And he's taken 18 wickets this season with 12 maidens with an average of 22.7. So a pretty decent average. You can see some good bowling there, keeping the ball extremely tight for Gunaratna, who's on strike right now. His best figures are 5 for 35. Very respectable figure for any fast bowler. 5 wicket haul is what they aim to have. Any more than that is considered exceptional. 5 wicket haul is also considered extremely good. Pereira is known as one of the more consistent bowlers actually. A bowler who can keep his line length and keep the pace up for a very long time. They put up a fine leg and a square leg. So it looks like Pereira is just bowling for those two fielders really. Going towards the leg side, waiting for that maybe edge that the keeper can take, and if not, fine leg can stop it. Anyway, right now I think they're trying to... They're targeting Gunaratna here, I feel. Targeting him as the batsman they want to keep on strike and try and get out. Kodwak was in a really good form today. Gunaratna seems to be a bit less aggressive. That's a good shot by Gunaratna. It's going to be stopped. There's a misfield there, but not going to leak any runs. Just the one. It's a kind of stereotype really that exists that fast bowlers are not good fielders. They're generally put in the outfield and made to run around a lot to collect the ball. It's rare that you see them in the 30-yard circle. And here we see the field set in, change it a bit now that Kodwak was on strike. And this is a kind of impression that the Royals have of him now as a brilliant batsman who's on form. So they put a deep square leg as opposed to the square leg. Oh, inside edge there. Close. Pereira bowling a very even line and length, keeping the ball very tight. Not letting Kodwak give a lot of room, or even Gunaratna in either. Oh, that looked like a bounce, but it didn't really rise all the way to the head even. It was kind of chest high. Kodwak trying to play it downwards. Probably forgot that there was a fine leg and a deep square leg. Otherwise, he probably would have either left the ball or gone for a bigger shot. As it is, the ball tipped it down very fast and barely made it to the keeper's hand. Sometimes you see the bowlers doing that kind of thing. They bowl with the back of the hand, even fast bowlers. So if you see a leg spinner going in the back of the head, you know it's a good leg. But a fast bowler, you know it's a slow ball. But often you almost... there we go. That's what I was talking about, at the back of the hand there. But Pereira, for some reason, is doing bounces with it. And so the ball rises and then dips. Which is a really interesting ball that I've actually not seen before. A slow bouncer. It can be pretty much a sitting duck for any good batsman. You can just pull it for a 6. But then if he gets foxed by the speed and pulls too early, he's pretty much asking to get bowled or to get that inside edge or outside edge. Very unpredictable ball that. That's in the over, and it's going to be Sandeep bowling again from the middle place end. So we saw Nalla Pereira doing pretty much exactly the same thing. He will switch Kalna Pereira and Ratnayaka from the two different ends. What's happening here, I feel, is that he needs to have an off spinner. So all the other spinners in the entire Royal lineup are left arm spinners. With the exception of Ewan here, he's also left arm spinner, but he's a left arm Chinaman. But I feel like the off spin is going to be a bit more useful. So he's bowling, as you can see, he's bowling from around the wicket to the left hander. So there's a steep angle, and if he gets a lot of spin, that can prove a lot of trouble. He can generate more spin with the angle that he's bowling at, as opposed to a left arm Chinaman. And so I think it's just trying to get the batsman to get that edge. So you can see the silly mid off as opposed to silly mid on, as well as one slip. So obviously looking for that forward edge with the batsman pushing forward or trying to play through the covers a bit. So I think that's the strategy that he's trying to do. There we go, and it's a drop catch. And that will be extremely disappointing for Royal College. Kodituaku, like I said, going for that shot through the covers, getting the thick edge because of Sandeep's spin, and the first slip not quite getting his hands around the ball. It hit his hands, bounced up, he went for the dive, didn't get it, and that's going to be a drop catch, which is probably going to cost Royal College quite a lot. Kodituaku on 51 runs still, and that was lucky for him, very fortunate indeed for St. Thomas's College. Well, I feel that he has license to hit as much as he wants. If he feels like 50 is enough for him, I mean, it's his choice to go after every single ball or not. But then again, I guess St. Thomas doesn't really want to lose their main batsman or the most experienced batsman on the pitch. But Sandeep will probably be extremely disappointed by that. And you were asking why he brought in Sandeep, and I think that just answered your question very effectively. And once again, they've changed the field a bit. Now they have a long on and a long off. Obviously, suspecting that Kodituaku is going to hammer the ball straight. Playing for turn there. Reading the ball well. On some great fielding by Sandeep, preventing the ball from going to the long off. Well, I feel like that missed chance that gave Kodituaku a lot of food for thought as to how exactly he should be playing. Probably be a bit more wary now. Abhishek Pereira continuing his spell from the media box in, and it's going to be Gunaratna on strike. Just the one fielder outside the 30-yard circle for Pereira's bowling. Two fielders, the fine leg and the deep square leg for Gunaratna. All the other fielders are fairly close in with 3 slips. It's going to be a quick single and backed up well, so no leak runs there. That was a very fast single by the Thomian batsman. Very quick running. Pereira forcing Gunaratne here to play their defensive shots. Sometimes the batsman knowing the bowler decides how fast his team's going to score. Obviously, the batsman decides. But even if there's a loose ball or ball that he can play, sometimes the batsman decides, no, I'm just going to block this ball and play really conservatively. I mean that you get two ends of the spectrum. You get like a player like A.B. de Villiers, who's going to look for a single of every single ball, regardless of how good a ball it is. And then you get players like Jeffrey Boycott. No matter how loose the ball is, whether it's a full toss or not, he's just going to defend the ball. And both are recognized as extremely classy batsmen, very, very famous batsmen. And yet the play styles cannot be more different. So it's really all up to the batsman as to how fast he wants to score and how he wants to pace himself. There's a few funny stories about Boycott, one being that sometimes he played so slow that his own teammates would run him out just to get the run rate up higher. And that happened several times. Most famously with Ian Botham. Botham hit the ball, called for a run. Halfway down, he stopped, went back to his own side. Boycott was standing in the middle. They got him run out. Then Boycott turned to Botham and Botham said, okay, see you back at the pavilion, boy. And England went on to win that match because Boycott got out. So sometimes you might need to make a few team decisions. Well, that was a great shot by Gunaratne there. Sorry, by Kurituvakku rather. Races to the boundary. That's what you call a class shot. Perfectly timed, not a lot of power on the shot, but you will check the bat. But it was so well placed, right in between the two, the mid-on and the mid-off. And so well timed that he just ran to the boundary very effectively. And that ball also was picked off. He was pretty much asking for the straight drive. It was too full. Second back really. And we can't afford to bowl like that batsman like Kurituvakku, who's in such good form right now. There I see another good shot by Kurituvakku. Just blasts the ball down to the leg side. Gunaratne on strike now. Another jinx break. Just the one extra by the bowlers. Of course, we saw that terrible overthrow yesterday, which gave 4 more runs for Gunaratne. But the entirety of the day, there's only been one extra, just the one no ball by Sandeepa. I think that it's been very, very good by the bowlers in terms of extras. There are 26 extras in the entire innings. In Scottish bowl, so far just one by Roy. But of course, the entire remainder of the day to see how many they just can rack up. Sandeepa will continue his spell. It's Kurituvakku on the other end. Sandeep's economy has been pretty good. 4 overs to 13 runs and a good cut shot there. He's going to race past point and probably to the boundary. Yes, 4 runs for Kodituaku. 4 more runs. He's going to give him 60 run total right now. And that was a well placed cut. Got it in between slip and swing. It was quite an achievement. Looks like Kodituaku is going for his shots now. He doesn't really care whether he's going to get out. I feel he just wants to get as many runs on the board as possible. And a great ball by Sandeepa, beating the batsman. Those are the kind of balls that you want to keep on bowling. Maybe you pitch it towards midline leg and turn the ball sharply towards the off wicket. Either get him bowled if he misses the ball or to hit catch. And ball just short enough for him not to go for the sweep. That's the ideal ball I feel that Sandeepa will want to be bowling right now. Especially if you look at the field on the outside. Very interesting field set. The backward point and point as well as the cover and the man kind of short off sweeper. No mid off. Obviously looking for that ball. He's going to lead the batsman play right to the offside. If he lofts the ball a bit, 4 people there to catch it. If he gets a thick edge that goes past the slip, I think they want back the point to stop the ball like last time where he would stop that cut shot. And there we go, there's a long off. It's going to stop, cut off any runs really. So the single for Kodituaku. Pretty solid total right now. 81 runs and no loss after just 21 overs. Scoring around 4 runs per over. Very definitely. He's a bit cautious around Sandeepa though right now. A lot of the balls is played for the turn and the ball has turned and it's gone right to the wicketkeeper's hand without touching. Kodituaku's bat. And even Gurunatham is doing the same thing right now. He's just leaving the ball. He will put a short leg. Interesting choice for the off spinner for the left hand batsman. But it makes sense if Gurunatham wants to smother the spin and basically nullify the effect of the spin. He'll have to move forward a bit. He'll have to reach out a bit and try and flick it to the leg. In which case there might be an inside edge, in which case the short leg is there to take the catch. And it's the end of the over. Sandeepa is over and St. Thomas College 82 runs for no loss. And looks like Royal College is bringing back Ewin Herat. It's going to be his first over today. Ewin Herat, the left arm Chinaman. Even though he does bowl a lot of orthodox balls as well, he is known as the left arm Chinaman. Herat is known for his variations as well. He can bowl, like I said before, they can bowl both the Chinaman and the orthodox ball, and you can see that it's reflected in the field setting with both the slip and a short leg. It looks like Herat is probably going to keep on bowling the orthodox ball though. He's going to cut into the batsman. That's a wide cut there by Kodituaku, stopped at covers. And this is what you call interesting field setting. No one in the 30-yard circle on the leg side of Kodituaku. All three men on the leg side are at the boundary line. So you got the deep square leg, you got the long on, and you got the deep mid wicket. Cutting off any runs that Kodituaku might want to score on the leg side. It's a good shot, quick single. He's going to have to run for it, and not out. Swift field in there. So now they got four men on the boundary line. One off sweeper, one long on, one deep mid wicket, and one deep square leg. That's the kind of field you have. That's the kind of field you have when you want to cut off the runs and contain the batsman without them scoring too freely. For Gunaratnam though, it's an absolutely different field. They're switching the deep square leg over to the offside to cut off more runs. Here at training on dangerous thin ice here. It's bowling very wide to the offside. It's either he's looking to play so wide that the batsman can't hit it, or he's looking for the batsman to swing at the shot, swing at the ball, go for the shot, and maybe get an edge. It's a good ball there. Almost no turn in that ball. Batsman played for turn, played for the defensive shot, and the ball just kind of spun past him. The strategy of the Royal College team is very, very clear here. They're bowling to the offside with Herat. His spin is allowing him to not bowl wides. And they got men on the offside of the field to cut off any runs, maybe to get the catch. And they got the one slip in case there's a tip. So while it's a strategy that might work, it's also a very obvious strategy, which even the batsman on the field can probably see through. Probably not going to fall into. The Thomians also did this pretty effective strategy with Sandeep and Ramanayaka. They had all the men on the offside and they kept on bowling the ball to the offside. Sandeep decided, well, I'm not going to conform to this, and he moved across the wicket and played like a paddle sweep shots, kept the ball low to the leg side, and he got a few runs, quite a few runs in that manner. These two batsmen though seem to be just playing the usual game, their usual game. So aggressive shot by Kodituaku. This aggressive shot by Kodituaku, a hard cut through the covers, and off sweepers there to collect it. And here they have the short leg once again for Gunaratne. For the aggressive batsman Koditwakku, they're keeping all the men on the offside. For Gunaratne though, they're keeping a short leg. Obviously deciding that his conservative blocks are more susceptible to be caught. You know, we're yet to see a 6, I feel, in the entire innings. Has there been a single 6 in the entire innings? Well, if anyone's going to hit a 6, it's probably going to be Koditwakku, the form that he's in and the way he's playing. We saw one lofted shot when the Royal batsmen were batting by Sandeep, I feel, or by Ramanayaka, sorry. Lofted, hit over the top, and one bounce over the boundary line. That was the closest thing we got to a 6. And here the Thomian batsmen are just rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking, getting the singles. And really just pushing the ball through the gaps. That's the end of the 23rd over. St. Thomas scored a very respectable score of 85 runs for no loss. And Herat will continue his spell. Doesn't it strike you as coincidence that we have a pudgy player by the name of Herat, who's a left arm spinner, and then you have on the national team you have a pudgy player by the name of Herat, who's a left arm spinner as well. Good shot there. And that's the first one of the few aggressive shots that Gunaratne has played. He's come out of his crease. I think it's the first time that any batsman, one of the first Thomian batsmen to do that. We saw Jayawardene doing that pretty much every single ball. He came out of his crease and just played towards the offside. Gunaratne seems to be taken after that. It's a good shot again, but it's going to be stopped at the long on boundary. Rotating the strike. I feel like Royal College has now got the hang, or they kind of got the idea of how these players play. So they're not leaving too many gaps in the field. Most of the shots they're playing now are being contained to 1 or 2 runs as opposed to boundaries. Koditwakku been playing for the turn there. Well, 2 matches for the first 11. Otherwise, he's bowled quite a bit and got several wickets, of course. If you're asking me, he's too inexperienced for the Royal Thomian big match because he's not played enough with the first 11 squad. I would say we've got 8 freshers in the Thomian squad. He's just one fresher in the Royal squad. He's one of the few freshers in the Royal squad. And I feel like some new faces are very welcome every now and then. And I don't feel like his lack of experience makes him any worse bowler than anyone else. In fact, he's been doing quite well in so far. It's about 4 overs and given away just 10 runs, which is pretty decent. At the end of the over, there'll be another drinks break. And we are now well into the first session. It's almost 11 p.m., just around 1 hour more for the lunch break. So Thomas College will be looking to get at least 150, I guess, before the lunch break, or maybe that's probably will be their aim, especially since they still have 10 wickets in hand. I mean, if you think about it, they got 33 runs at the start of today's play. Let's say 100 runs this session, so 133. 100 runs in the next session, 233. 100 more runs, or maybe a little bit more by the end of the third session. Then there'll be 100 runs in the lead with around 350 as a total by the end of the day. Then if they can get Royal all out for less than 100, then they won by an entire innings. That's probably very unlikely. So let's say Royal gets 200 runs, then they'll really have to score fast, but it'll be very possible for them to get 100 runs. So it depends on the Royal batting, of course, in the second innings. So it depends mostly on that, I feel. But if they score enough in this session, and then at a steady pace, 100 runs per session or so, they'll be in with a chance to win the Royal Thomian this year, I feel. If they keep on defending their wicket and deciding, okay, I'm going to score a steady pace but not score too much or too riskily, and after the lunch break they decide to just really accelerate, step on the accelerator and get as many runs on the board as possible, that might be a smarter strategy than going after the ball right now. It looks like Royal College will continue with Ganit Sandeep from the Maitland Place end. Let's go to Akku on strike. Doesn't look like it's going to be a slip in place this over. They'll change the field setting a little bit. And there will be just the one slip. There's a long off, a mid on, and a lot of men on the leg side boundary for once. Most of the time they have a lot of men on the offside boundary. This time they're switching it around. And the ball is also switching from where he's bowling. He's changing his run up. He's bowling from over the wicket now. And a lot of men on the leg side boundary. They got deep mid wicket and mid wicket. Mid on, short, fine leg, and kind of a fine-ish deep square leg. That was a good ball there by Sandeep. Now from this angle obviously he can generate a bit more turn if he wants to. He'll be bowling towards the offside stump and turn it away from the offside stump as well. But I think in this case it's a bit more negative ball. He's going to be bowling towards the leg side stump. There we go. He's bowling middle or middle and leg and turning it away from the batsman. And as long as he doesn't bowl too full, that's pretty much... the batsman can pretty much play only one shot, which is either a defensive shot or a back foot shot towards the man at cover. And if he decides to go for a sweep shot, there are plenty of men to stop him there. There we go. And that's the kind of ball that Sandeep should be bowling. Of course, in Test cricket, if the ball strays down the leg side, it doesn't mean that it's a wide. It's only if it goes around halfway across and the batsman has no chance of reaching it. In this case, though, he's bowling just leg side of the leg wicket and cutting towards the batsman's pads. So there's no chance of an LBW then, but plenty of chance for a risky shot by the batsman. So good fielding in the 30-yard circle there. Just the one now. It's Gunaratne on strike. And here the change in the field setting a little bit for Gunaratne. The man coming in at short leg. And also the ball is switching sides to bowl around the wicket. So this is the more conventional field setting, the more usual one for the bowlers. The same kind of ball that he bowled before as well. See, normally when a off spinner bowls from around the wicket, he kind of cuts it in and then straightens the ball out, which is easy to read for the batsman. But when he bowls from the other end, of course he can, the deviation is a bit higher. In which case, the batsman has to kind of guess where the ball is going to end up and have to play, as opposed to the batsman just putting the ball, the bat in front of the ball and expecting to straighten out. So I feel like they're doing the more conventional field setting for Gunaratne to contain him, and then going for the different kinds of bowling and field setups for Kodituakku to try and get him out, make it a bit more unorthodox so that he doesn't get comfortable. And here we see a lot of men on the offside boundary. On the offside, 1, 2, 3, 5 men. And just the 2 on the leg side. Here as will continue from media box end. 26 overs and St. Thomas College 89 runs for no loss. I feel like the run rate has decreased quite a lot in the last 5 overs or so. If I remember correctly, after 21 overs they were around 8 runs as well. And just the one for Gunaratne. See, those are the kind of shots that they'll have to play if they want to get the singles. They have to move out of their crease a little bit. They have to step out of their comfort zone and reach for the ball. If the ball is bowling at a good length. And if they do that, then they risk either stumping or edge. But then again, if they want to keep on scoring, they have to do that. So I think the Royalists know that the Thomians want to go for the win and therefore want to get runs and are willing to risk a few shots. So they're playing conservatively and therefore trying to make the batsman play aggressively and offer up chances. So as opposed to an attacking field where the batsman can hit the ball hard and get a boundary, they have a defensive field where the batsman, even if he does hit the ball very hard, it's going to get only 1 or 2 runs, and it's going to make him be very frustrated. So it's more mind games here for the Thomian batsman. This remains to be seen where they're going to fall into it. And the plan looks like it's working. All the shots that Koditoku are playing now going straight to the hands of the fielders in the 30-yard circle. Well, I feel that the spin might have something to do with it, but I feel it's more down to the field setting that Rahul has put up than the batsman's wish. Of course, the batsmen have played a bit less aggressively than they did before that last innings break, so it may be that they want to conserve their wickets as well. So I think it's just a combination really of the batsmen wanting to conserve their wickets and the different field setting that Rahul College has put in place. 6 men on the offside, and Koditoku will play on the leg side and get the 1 from it. That's the end of the 26th over. The Thomian College 91 runs for no loss. Koditoku on strike for Ganit Sandeepa. Sandeep was actually the highest scorer for the Royal College side. This big match has got 42 runs. Let's see if there had been a short leg there might have been a chance because the ball kept in the air for a little bit. But the different field setting allowed the single to be made. And now they're putting a short leg. 1 ball too late. Aggressive shot there and a quick single, a misfield, and not going to go for the 2 runs. Two singles of the last 2 balls, and I feel like that's just what they're trying to do, rotate the strike as much as possible now. Koditoku overran his ground a little bit there and didn't actually look back to see what happened to the ball, which I feel is what made it so that they couldn't get 2 runs. The short fine leg there, cutting off anything that the batsman wanted to happen there. And here for Koditoku is bowling from over the wicket onto the leg side. Same kind of shot. And it's really just a rinse and repeat kind of exercise for our college. For some balls, they change the ball to the other side and put a short leg. Other balls, they put the ball to the other side and put a short fine leg. I think it's dependent on the batsman. For Gunaratna, they have this kind of feel. For Koritwaka, they're the other one.
Check, check,
It seems to be working to contain the runs.
check on, check. 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 Check on, check.
Some brilliant fielding there by the bowler himself, Sandeep. And you can see Gunaratna is getting more and more frustrated. He went for a hard shot there. Probably would have hit the wicket if not for Sandeep's good effort. And a bit of frustration by Gunaratna, shown by the fact that he slashed the bat a bit. Small meeting happening on the offside. Gunaratna having a quick word with the umpire. And it's Yuvin Herat. Ball into Ravindu Kodituaku. There's a long on and a leg sweeper, as well as the one slip. They're now 95 runs, just 5 runs away from that century mark. And the ratio between the two batsmen's runs have evened out a little bit. If I remember correctly, it was around 60 runs for 18 runs or something like that. And now it's 69 for 24. 224 rather. Rock College has now consistently bowled two spinners from both ends without resorting to their fast bowlers. It's an interesting strategy. I mean, considering even St. Thomas College did that, but then they brought in Kalna Pereira frequently, again and again, and it proved to be very effective. So it might be that Rock College might want to try that strategy in the near future, just to see what kind of effect it'll have to the batsman. A bit of experimentation there. And a hard shot. Swipe at the ball by Gunaratna, but just the one run. The leg sweeper's there to stop it. And Gunaratna is signaling something to Pavilion. It's the end of the over. Gunaratna looks like he wants a change of pace. Just break.
Don't you think the communication between the two Thomian batsmen is
Definitely better than Sandeep and Pereira. Uh, and I feel like they've been at it for quite a long time. Everything, especially the latter stages of this match, for the last 9 overs or so, hardly any boundaries, just singles, rotating the strike, pretty conventional play. And both of them, I feel, have just been pretty standard batting methods. Just he did pushing the ball, going for 1 run. We have seen some good communication. Neither of them run in, even though the ball rolls around a bit. Both of them off the mark very quickly, so they're both good both good runners. So yes, the communication has been good, but then again, it hasn't needed to be excellent in this case. Like, if you need, let's say, 50 runs off the last 5 overs or so, you want a lot of good running. So if you can't get the 4s or the 6s, you have to run doubles every single ball also. In this case, though, they've just been very consistently just getting 1 run, 2 run, 1 run more than 2 runs. So it hasn't needed to be very good either. And that's a good shot and a misfield. I'd love 1 more run. I have to say the Thomian fielding was a lot snappier than the Ross fielding this innings. They were very sharp on the pitch when they were fielded. Royals we've seen numerous misfields, and even the vital drop catch of Kodituakku stopped on 51. Ball was lofted a little bit. Ended up in Midon's hands. And it looks like it's just the same formula for Royal. They're going to keep on going to the leg side with the off spinner, to the left hand batsman, and keep a short leg in case of that glance. There's a lot of flight on that ball, and it's very full to the leg side, but then they have the leg sweeper to stop that as well. So unless the Thomian batsmen choose to go over the top and hit one over the heads of the outfield as well, it doesn't look like they're going to get a boundary anytime soon. At least on the leg side. If they go for a shot on the offside because of a bad ball, that's a different story. Gurant coming out of his crease a little bit. People often mistake the fact that you come out of your crease as an aggressive maneuver, but more often than not in Test cricket, it's simply to smother the spin. It's a dead ball there, and that's a very defensive maneuver. You don't want to be foxed by the spin, and therefore, kind of miss the ball, get an edge or something like that. So you come out right in front, right where the ball is going to bounce, and then you just smother the spin. Not let it have any effect at all. Of course, if the bowler reads the fact that you're coming out of your crease, and he sends one really wide that you can't reach, and then you get stumped, then it's absolute waste. You're trying something defensive when you get out. I mean, that's just not on.
And Thomas's College are just 2 runs away from the 100 now.
With Kodituakku on 70. He's got 70 out of those 98 runs. Been very effective for St. Thomas's College. And once again, Herat we haven't seen much variation from here at this innings. Just the one bread and butter orthodox spin. No Chinaman, no carom ball. But we have seen a bit of variation in the amount of spin that is put in on the ball. You see it turn sharply on a few occasions. You've also seen like an arm ball, kind of like an arm ball kind of delivery. The ball not turning much at all. I feel if he varies it just a little bit more, change the amount of spin more frequently than he's doing now, it might be something just to keep the batsman on his toes. Is the ball going to spin sharply or is he going to not spin at all? Good attempt by Herat there to stop the single. "99 runs for St. Thomas College, and if they get the 100, that means that they'll have reached a 100-run partnership between Kodithuakku and Gunaratna, which will be quite a landmark, I feel. And no run there. A 100-run partnership for the opening pair is something that every single team wants. It's something that sets a solid foundation just for the entire innings as a whole and for the rest of the batsmen as well. And there we have it, the 100-run milestone for St. Thomas College. 100 runs in 30 overs, very respectable pace. And extremely good batting by the two opening batsmen, Ravindu Kodithuakku and Gunaratna. 72 runs and 27 runs respectively. And just the two extras by Royal College make up 100. Aggressive shot there by Gunaratna. Just the one. And here we see a very defensive field set in. 3 men on the boundary line. Sorry, 4 men on the boundary line. You got the fine leg, the leg sweeper, the long off, and the off sweeper as well, I believe. Now we have and just one slip for the off spinner. They pretty much go in like a run a ball now, or a run every 2 balls or so. No fours for a very long time now. As opposed to the beginning of today when Kodithuakku just went and swept every ball to the boundary, not swept but drove every ball to the boundary, went very aggressively through the gaps in the field, and now it's slowed down very considerably in the last 10 overs. I don't think so. Raw will probably be happy by the fact that the run rate is reduced. But ultimately what they want to do is they want to generate a collapse and get a few wickets. Something that seems to be very far away from doing right now. Because both these batsmen, even though they're scoring slowly, are not giving up any chances either. There have been no chances except for that one drop catch that Koitoko offered off of Sandeep was bowling. After that, they've just been playing, and the fact that they're playing even more conservatively than before will probably mean that it's even less likely they're going to get a wicket. So if you're not going to get a wicket when they're playing aggressively and freely, what are the chances that you're going to get a wicket when they're batting like really conservatively? And I feel that's what's going to be most disheartening for all right now. And there Koitoko is going for hard shots. And even the singles that they're getting, most of them are off, pretty powerful shots that go all the way to the boundary line. And some very slow jogging down the pitch. So I think even the batsmen are resigned to the fact that they're probably only going to get singles. But that doesn't stop them from going after the ball and hitting pretty hard.
Do you think because of the 100-run
Well, I think that if it's going to do anything to the freshers, you'll probably just let them play their own game. Because what happens when you have a lot of pressure on a person is that it changes the way he thinks and therefore changes the way he plays as well. As opposed to just his usual, most comfortable method or style of playing. So you have some naturally aggressive batsmen, you have some naturally conservative batsmen. Ultimately, the way you bat your own style, the thing that you're most comfortable with, is the best way for you to play. That's the way you're going to get the most amount of runs on the board. So if you have a lot of pressure, you're not allowed to play your most comfortable way of playing because you're not comfortable at the crease. So if you're comfortable at the crease, that probably means you're going to play the best innings that you will ever play. And I feel that's the kind of effect that's going to that's going to bolster the freshers' performance, if at all, right? The fact that they're going to be comfortable because they know there's no pressure on them as such. Of course, it also, if you're really comfortable, if you're thinking, okay, I don't really need to do anything at all for my team because everyone else has already done something, of course that's probably going to affect your performance as well. You're not going to really care whether or not you contribute to the team massively, just that you want to get a lot of runs. And so then you might play a bit too freely and you won't really care if you get out, which is something that no batsman, or rather no team, wants to see from any batsman. If Roy wants to take a wicket anytime soon, I have a feeling that they want to change the style of play that they're having. And here they have a change of bowling just to do that. And it's Manula Pereira coming in from the media box end. Left arm orthodox spinner Manula Pereira has taken 20 wickets this season and 31 maidens, which is quite a respectable number of maidens. He's also known as not out since 2001 because of the fact that he's only got out once in the 6 times that he's batted for the first 11 squad. So he's been not out 5 out of 6 times, which is quite impressive. Of course, he did get bowled in the first ball he faced in this match. And there we go, that's the first double we've seen in a long time. Gunaratna kind of leading the ball onto the fine leg boundary very slowly, leading just past the silly mid-on. And looks like a short leg is both a valuable member here as well as a fairly useless one, because of the fact that it's obvious that the batsmen are playing towards the short leg. So if he gets his hand on it, he'll prove to be an invaluable stop or even a catch. But the fact is he's not getting his hand on it, so it's like a useless position. They're just playing past him. Just get it a few inches past his hand even, and he can't do anything because he's so close to the batsman that he can't move around at all. There we go, once again. But the fact that he's there means that there's a potential risk for the batsman because they are playing towards the leg side and the ball is turning towards the leg side. So if they decide to keep on playing that way, the way they're playing now, if they keep on playing the same shots, the chance of an edge becomes higher and higher until there is an edge, and then that's where the short leg comes into play and takes the catch. Koditwako on strike, and it's Sandeepa once again coming in from the mating place end. It's a good ball there. If you notice now, Sandeepa is putting a bit more flight on the ball than he did before. He's staying in the air a bit longer, and there's a bit more dip as well. And that kind of leads on the batsman. So when the ball's coming towards him and then it starts to dip, the batsman automatically goes forward a little bit so that he can play on the bounce, which can lead to him losing his balance and so on, and things like that. I was just saying that that's only if there's enough dip, and if the ball does not flight enough, or if there's too much flight, it's just easy pickings for the batsman to just hit the ball over the top or whatever.
With this field setting, do you think Royal are just trying to slow down the run rate, or do you think they're trying to get more, like hoping that the batsman will give them a catch?
I think that's the question that everyone in the entire ground is asking right now, and I think that's a question that needs to be asked, because the run rate, as you've said, has slowed down considerably. But the fact is that all 10 wickets are still in hand for St. Thomas's College. So it's really whether they want a draw or whether they want to win at this moment, at this point in time. Now, of course, Royal already has a shield, so if there's a draw, we still retain the shield. So there's nothing really essentially shameful about having a draw. Most matches are draws nowadays. But the fact is, no team wants to finish with a draw. They all want to win. So that's just really the question. If they're bowling so that they want to conserve runs and not leak any runs, that means that they're going for the draw. Whereas if they're trying to get wickets, that means they're going for the win. So it's really all up to the captain's mindset in that particular instance. What is it that they want to go for right now? So last year we saw Royal desperately trying to get a draw and then taking a on-the-spot gamble chance of declaring early in the hopes that they might be able to scrape a win, and they did it. And that kind of gamble is, of course, a decision that every single captain has to make at some point in his time as captain. Right now, I feel like the field setting is more just to conserve runs. But the fact is that even the batsman might get frustrated. But then it's the bowler's job to make them frustrated as well. So if they keep on getting the one run, they're not going to get frustrated. If you get them a lot of dots, a lot of shots which don't go anywhere and they don't get any runs, that's when the batsman gets frustrated. Scores 111 for no loss. If one wicket falls now, it's what's known as a Nelson, and there should be an umpire called Nelson. So whenever the score is 111 for 1 or 222 for 2, he will stand on one leg for the entirety of the duration of 222 for 2 or 111 for 1. So until the score changed, basically, you just stand on one leg for the entire time. No one knows why, but it's become famous. And now, when the score is 111 for 1 or 222 for 2 or 333 for 3, it's now known as a Nelson because of that particular umpire. These are the idiosyncrasies of cricket. And it's Manla Pereira's second over for the game. He gave away 5 runs in the first over. Not essentially what you want from a test spin bowler. All of them singles though. And just the one double, I think. And once again they have that short leg position looking for the inside edge. And there we have the batsman trying to play that shot again and again. He saw the entirety of the over before last when Manla Pereira bowled previously. They kept on playing that same shot, hitting it past the short leg. In this case, I think they're trying to do the same thing again and again. Hitting it past the short leg or just trickling it down to the fine leg. In this case, there's no fine leg. So if they get that shot in, it'll probably be a boundary. It's an interesting strategy because then what Royal is doing is they're tempting the batsman to go for that shot, which could mean an inside edge and therefore a catch for the keeper or the short leg. So the keeper will be expecting a catch on the leg side. So if he moves quickly enough, that could be in trouble for St. Thomas's College. We'll see what Koritaka wants to do here. That's a good shot going all the way down to third man. They're going to go for 2 runs. They're probably going to get it. Good fielding, if a bit of slow running. And an easy double to St. Thomas's College.
Easy triple.
Easy triple, sorry. Well, 3 runs instead of 4.
Testing, check. Testing, 1 check. Check, mount catheter.
And that was a slightly off ball there. It was very much to the offside, which allowed Koritaka to just cut the ball towards third man. And even that's full to the offside, which allows them to play towards the offside, which is not what Royal really wants right now. And this is again the bowler's decision. He can either bowl to the offside and limit them to 1, 2, 3 runs, or he can bowl towards the leg side and maybe they can get a boundary, but then there's a chance of a wicket as well. So again, just a gamble depending on the ball now as opposed to the field set in. And there's a lofted shot there. There are 2 men in the outfield, just limited to 1 run. Koditwak has now reached the 80-run mark, which means that he has 20 to go for a century. 4/5 of the way. And they're having a word in the middle of the pitch. I think they're going to go for the shots now, especially if you look at that leg side boundary. There's no one there except for fine leg. Well, it looks like they're moving the fielder to deep square leg. But there's a very large gap in between deep square leg and mid on. And they finally changed back to Helitha Vitanage, the fast bowler. It's a wide ball given by the umpire. Tanaki very much off target in that one, but I feel like he wants to bowl to the offside anyway, considering that gap in the leg side field.
I think Vitanage is trying to get a wicket. By the way,
And a backward point as well in case of that misled cut shot. Good field in there, sharp. And you can see the field is a bit more alert now that the fast ball has been brought in. They are closing in on the batsman as he's bowling the ball. A bit more aggressive than they usually are. And the pace of the entire match has changed now that they've switched off the spin attack. And that's a good shot, but there's the off sweeper to stop it. I think Vidanik is going to bowl a few bouncers here. It's known for them. And there has been a bouncer in so long, he might just surprise the batsman. We saw Kalna Pereira bowling some vicious bouncers when Royalists were batting. Nearly took off Hera's head around 3 times. Well, the stands are filled up massively. The entire ground is pretty much filled up. Especially if you look towards the boys' stand, it's pretty much a wall of white. And it's Gunaratna on strike. And left the ball there. Well, that's an interesting method of communication by the Thomian batsman. You notice that sometimes after they bowl the ball or after they leave a ball or something like that, they put up both their hands with the bat in their hand and the clap ball, they make like a bridge kind of side. It's either supporting the other batsman or trying to tell the other batsman something. I'm not entirely sure which. But it's something that's mutually exclusive to the Thomian batsman. I've never seen any other batsman do it as such. And there we that's the bouncer I was looking for. Just to end the over, give the batsman something to think about. We haven't seen a lot of good slow balls this innings. See, normally in a test match, a slow ball is generally the last ball to be bowled in the over. Just as a way to confuse the batsman now. And if it's bowled any other time, it's very effective because it's bowled very rarely. In this case, it's been bowled so rarely that I feel like the batsman has just forgotten about slow balls. So I feel a slow ball could do some damage here. Especially since we have one of the fastest bowlers in the entire match here bowling, Simesh Ramanayaka, bowling from the media box end. Unmistakable with his height, his lanky frame. Koditwaka on strike. Koditwaka put Ramanayaka to the sword early on today, hitting numerous fours. And we can see the field setting kind of reflects that they got a few men in the deep and pretty much surrounded the batsman in the 30-yard circle, obviously trying to cut off the singles. But it's made leave room for boundary here or there. And that's a beauty of a ball. The keeper goes up, but it's turned down by the umpire. The ball jagged up very effectively there, drifting past the off stump. Koditwaka trying to fend off the ball but missing. Ramanayaka will continue. And that's another beauty of a ball. And the keeper once again goes up. Well, Ramanayaka has beaten Koditwaka here. And I feel that one bowled from the leg to the off stump and just drifting slightly past the off stump. He kept a bit lower than the last one. And Koditwaka just fishing outside the off stump here. Not getting contact on the ball. Of course, all this could change in the blink of an eye. If he goes for the shot, all these shots is kind of just pushing outwards, but if he goes for a solid shot, it might change. And there we go. Same kind of shot, same defensive shot. But this time he gets contact for the first time this over. And some good fielding by the gully. once again, it's very obvious that Royal is looking for that edge outside the off stump. They got 2 slips on the gully. And it's interesting to see that Ramanayaka is bowling from over the wicket to the left hand. That bouncer coming in from maybe a little bit of a blind spot for the left hand batsman. Not quite at him, but it's coming around him towards the back of his head. Should he turn his face towards the offside? It's a bit dangerous, really. But of course, if he goes on the back foot and swings upwards, that bouncer could easily turn into 6 runs for the batsman. And it's a good ball by Ramanayaka, very tight ball in, right at the body of the batsman, aimed at the middle stump, I feel. Switched from a very consistent spin attack to a fast bowling attack now. They kept on bowling Herath and Manla Pereira, again and again. And now suddenly they're gone to with Hel Tirthanage and Nimesh Ramanayaka. And that's the shot that I was talking about. He's going outside off stump for a big shot through the covers. Didn't quite get the contact that he wanted. Didn't middle the ball there, but got enough to get the single. And that's the end of the over for Ramanayaka. St. Thomas's College 121 runs for the loss of no wickets. Tirthanage will continue to spell from the maiden place end with Kodithuakku on strike. Just glancing it down the leg side towards the fine leg position. It's going to get 1 run. And this is a much more balanced field setting than what was there in the spin bowlers attack. A lot of men, or 3 men on the leg side boundary, and the rest of them on the off side with 2 slips. With Tirthanage changing his run up, it's around the wicket. And it's Gunaratna on strike. Gunaratna still 34 runs. Not been extremely effective, but been a valuable partner for Kodithuakku here. This opening partnership is very reflective of even last year's partnership in 2016, Opatha and Johan Mendes. That's a stunning shot there by Gunaratna, but Only one run because of the outfielder. Even last year, Mendes and Opatha went for the shots, tried to get as many runs as he could, and he ended up getting a century. Mendes backing him up as a valuable partner, just like Gunaratne here. He ended up with 60 odd runs, if I remember correctly. Very reflective, actually, of that kind of partnership here with Kodituakko and Gunaratne. Vitanagi will continue. And that's a good shot, and that might be the first four in an extremely long time. And it will be Vitanagi putting it too full and too much to the leg, and Gunaratne putting it away past the mid-on fielder. I feel like if he had dived, he might be able to get to it. But as it is, it flew past him to the boundary line, and that will bring the score up to 128 for no loss for St. Thomas's College. Himesh Ramanayaka bowling from the media box end. He's bringing in the man from the boundary, which might be a mistake if Gunaratne chooses to go hard on the offside, chooses to push it through the covers. Then there's no one there to stop him. It's a good ball.
It's yet another bigger field by Royal College, and they get the wicket.
And that was a brilliant ball by Ramanayaka. And Gunaratne fishing got the edge there, and a good catch by the slip, a neat catch by the slip, makes the first wicket partnership fall down. And it's 127 runs now, 127 runs for loss of the first wicket, and it's Durit Gunaratne who leaves the field 34 runs in. The silent partner of Ravindu Koduthuakku, a valuable partner and a massive contributor to the score and to the partnership as a whole, finally the field, and Royal College will be ecstatic with this wicket, the first wicket in the St. Thomas College innings. And of course it's taken by the man himself, Himesh Ramanayaka, and Royal College will be expecting a lot more from him as well.
Partnership of 120 runs just ended by Ramanayaka just before the lunch break.
Indeed, just before the lunch break, around half an hour before the lunch break, and we're looking to take just a few more, maybe pick up a couple more wickets and slow down the Thomian run rate. Right now the Thomian plan, I feel, was to keep it going until the lunch break, maybe get 130 or 150 even, and then after that really go after the ball, every single ball. In this case, if they take a few more wickets, it's going to be pretty hard for them to continue this kind of rate.
Dinner Gunawardena coming in at number 3.
And it's a new man, Dinra Gunawardena. Has an average of 19.48 and he scored 250s this season. If you remember, he was also one of the opening bowlers as a one-down batsman. And a vicious bouncer by Ramanayaka. Gunawardena was not expecting that. Nearly got hit on the head there. And that will give him a lot of food for thought, a lot to think about. Ramanayaka being extremely intimidated here.
Well, the Slums scored 127 runs with a loss of 1 wicket at the end of the 38th over.
And Koditwaka just having a word with Gunawardena here. We need to be careful. And here we see the first left-right combination as St. Thomas's College, one right-hand batsman, one left-hand batsman. We also see that Ramanayaka is probably more comfortable in this position than facing a left-hand bowler. And Gunawardena has to be careful here. The ball is dragging up very effectively. And Gunawardena has to be very wary of where exactly he's placing his bat, because that could lead to another tip catch. And looks like a lot of pressure is going to be on Koditwaka to get that century. He's 87 runs, just 13 runs away from his highest score in a Royal Thomian. Or rather, his century. He is 14 runs away. Sorry, 9 runs away. And that's a bit off. The 9 runs away from his highest score in a Royal Thomian. If you remember correctly, it's 2050, he scored 95 runs and got out before he could reach a century. 9 more runs and he got 96. High score in Royal Thomian. 4 more and then he'll get his century. And Gunawardena leaving the ball there.
And at the end of Ramanayaka again, with Slums scored 127 runs with a loss of 1 wicket.
And that's the end of the session. The lunch break now. And the St. Thomas's College stand at 127 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, with Ravindra Koditwaka at 87 runs. Quite a extremely brilliant knock by him. And Dinra Gunawardena, the new man, is still 0 not out. Royal College had a small huddle in the middle of the field. Ramanayaka taking just that 1 wicket just before the lunch break, in the over before the lunch break, and they wanted to get a bit more. So St. Thomas College, very decent score for the time, 127 runs. They'll be wanting to get around 350 maybe before they declare, maybe around the third session if they keep this rate up. Royal College, of course, will be wanting to keep the runs from flowing. And they've been doing that very effectively for the last 20 overs or so. They've very effectively contained the St. Thomas College batsmen. After 21 overs, they were 80 runs, and now 40 overs, they are 127 runs. So that's the end of the first session of the day. We will see you again at the start of the second session after lunch break.
Check, check, check.
Can you? Second day at the SSC, the 138th Battle of the Blues. So first off, we wanted to talk about the score up so far, and after that, we'd like to talk about the big match. What makes the big match the big match? All right, Shalim, why don't you say something first?
So, first session has just finished, and St. Thomas College now 127 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. The wicket fell just before the lunch break, and it was Gunaratna who fell to Ramanayaka's ball. It was tip catch that went to the wicket keeper. He fell for 34 runs. A very valuable partnership between Gunaratna and Korituwaku. 127 run partnership, one of the highest actually. I think first opening partnerships, very reflective of last year's opening partnership between Opatha and Johan Mendes, and a very good foundation that the middle order can build on.
I think we can see that the openers have really worked themselves from last year Opatha and Mendes, and this year Ravindu and Durit Gunaratna. Last year's partnership was 197. They almost hit 200. This year they almost hit 150. So that's a good sign for St. Thomas's. But unfortunately, Durit Gunaratna was caught at keepers at 127 partnership. So.
And earlier this morning, Jonathan, we were talking about how this inning would be very important for the deciding the victory of the 138th Battle of the Blues. So, if we look at it, things aren't looking too good for Royal. So, Jonathan, first you, and then we'll move on to Sholem. What do you think will be the final outcome? Looking at the play from morning to now.
The way we predicted was if we lose more than 3 wickets in the morning session, St. Thomas is in deep trouble. But we've lost only 1 wicket. I think we have a very good chance, but they need to keep the scoreboard ticking. If they don't get enough runs in enough time, Royalists are going to make sure the match is drawn. So St. Thomas's needs to keep the scoreboard ticking.
And Sholem, would you beg to differ?
Well, not much, because I feel like right now Royal College has kind of fell behind a little bit in terms of scoring and in terms of how many wickets they can pick up. If you remember the first session that Royal played yesterday, they lost 3 wickets. St. Thomas's comparatively have only lost 1 wicket. So St. Thomas's definitely had a greater batting performance insofar, Of course, if there is a collapse and there can be a repeat of last year. Basically, what happened last year was that St. Thomas was in the lead for a long time, and then the Royal captain Gishot Panditratna took a gamble, declared early. There was a collapse by the top order and the middle order of St. Thomas College, and we managed to get a victory. If that happens again, of course, anything is possible in cricket. But right now, according to how things are going right now, I feel like the best Royal can hope for is a draw by limiting the amount of runs that St. Thomas College can get, and then playing a conservative innings when in their second innings. And I feel like that's about all they can hope for as of now, unless they decide to take a gamble.
Alright, then moving on from the gloomy subject of the score. Well, interesting, but still currently a bit gloomy. Let's talk about the big match. This is the big match. It's one of the main matches in Sri Lanka, in Asia, and arguably the world. So, Shalin, what do you think makes the big match the big match?
Well, firstly, you mentioned that it's one of the oldest in the world. It's actually the second oldest friendly rivalry in the entire world. The first being the Ashes between England and Australia. So this is actually an extremely prestigious match in terms of history. Secondly, I feel that the general atmosphere around the big match is what makes it such an important event in the minds of the Royals and the Thomians. So we'll move on to Joshua a bit later on. But for me as a Royalist, what it seems like is because the entire atmosphere, the old boys especially come in, old boys charter entire flights just to come and see the Royal Thomian. So because they enjoyed it from their younger days. So I feel like it's built up slowly and evolved as a cricket match until it's become like an entire carnival, entire event that people come to.
You could say the big match kind of has like a cult following, because these are students who have been spending 13 years of their teenage life. So when you say big match for the Royalists and Thomians and other stakeholders, this is something they have to be a part of, or they are social outcasts. That's where it is now, and that is why the atmosphere is so great. That's why it's so successful. And if you look at on the boys' side, the old boys and the current students, what are the main differences we can see?
The current boys, of course, well, most of them are at the boys' tent. They are always giving the Tora Par and the royal cheer. That, I think, is the major difference between the old boys and the present boys. And the present boys are a bit more free, I suppose. They are thoroughly enjoying themselves. They are watching the match. They are involved. Whereas the old boys are inside their tents. They are watching the match, but not enjoying themselves as much as the current boys are.
I feel that definitely the old boys play a massive part in the big match. If you look apart from the boys' tent, all the other tents around the ground, old boys are the main comprisers of those tents, and then they bring them along their friends, their wives, their children, and they create a certain atmosphere around it. The old boys create a certain atmosphere around it. So the boys tent, of course, there's a lot of discipline. You still have to follow the rules. Royalists have to get certain haircuts, they have to come in uniform, so on and so forth. But they still enjoy themselves a lot because it's the big match, and there's still the atmosphere of the big match. Right now, you can see in the lunch break, people roaming around the grounds. You get to meet a lot of people, different kinds of things that make even the current boys enjoy it. Of course, the old boys, they're free of school, they're free of whatever discipline that they had to adhere to, and so they can just go wild. They can enjoy themselves as much as they want to.
And it's when you mentioned the freedom old boys had, Shalom, I remembered, like before the weeks leading up to big match, there was a lot of controversy. It was making the news, like how big matches are going against religious teaching, how it's actually encouraging students to like go out there, go run wild, and how it's basically a bad impact on our society. What do you think about this, Jonathan? Do you agree with this? Do you disagree with this? Shalom, what are your thoughts?
Yes, I think I do agree with it, but only to a certain extent. The old boys, like Shalom said, have a great impact on the boys as well, unfortunately. And some of the culture which has been passed down throughout the ages are not always good. I can see a lot of old Thomians or royalists. They are drunk, and they are also impacting the younger Thomians and the younger royalists in getting into drinking at a very young age. So I don't think that I don't see it as a positive thing for any of the schools. I think the religious leaders, they do have a point there, but I don't think it should come to extent where big matches should be stopped, because big match is the bigger, or the Royal Thomian is the biggest attraction right now. It is the most happening event in the country. So I don't think at any cost it should be stopped, but there should be certain restrictions where the old boys are concerned and where the current boys are concerned.
Well, I agree and disagree with Jonathan here because I feel that yes, one, not there is a certain bad influence where young boys do get drunk and follow for the elders' examples to a certain extent. And there was a comment earlier by politicians saying that they should ban the Royal Thomian big match. I don't think that it should come to that. On the other hand, I probably disagree with the statement that it's a bad influence a bit more than Jonathan here, because I feel that the Royal Thomian actually creates a safe culture and a safe atmosphere for you to get drunk and for you to have certain wild things.
Basically.
It's a controlled environment. You don't have to worry that just because you're getting drunk or just because you're going wild that people are going to judge you and that people are going to take advantage of you, because you know that you're around friends and you're around your own classmates and your own school batchmates. And so I feel that is a special thing about the Royal Thomian, that it creates a safe culture and a safe environment for you to do whatever you want to do as opposed to anywhere else.
And on another aspect of things, like everyone's focusing on the negative, like regarding to this controversy, we're not looking at the good things at all. We're not looking at the unity it creates between the two schools, which ultimately these are the students who are going to lead this country one day. So we're not looking at these friendly camaraderies, this rapport that's being built amongst these students. And yeah, so in a way, there are good things, there are bad things. Nothing's black and white.
Yeah, I think the unity among the Royalists and the Thomians have to be commended, right? The three of us, we are comprised from Royal and St. Thomas's, and we are able to do that because we are friends. Yes, we may be rivals on the field, but outside, we are just friends. We are just people hanging out with each other. And about the statement before Sholem, yes, I do agree. It creates a safe environment. No harm could be done to any of the boys or the old boys, but the impact is that when they get used to drinking here, they go outside and do it, and outside is not always a safe environment. That's the negative part, and that's what I think the religious leaders are commenting about. So at any cost, Royal Thomian shouldn't be stopped. It should continue, but maybe we should control ourselves. The old Thomians and the old Royalists should be able to control themselves a bit more, I think.
Yes, I absolutely agree. That's where obviously the religious leaders and the politicians do have a certain point. They are making valid concerns, but that is where we are making the mistake of perceiving everywhere as the kind of Royal Thomian, as a place where you can have a safe environment. And I feel that is where things are going out of hand. So I don't believe that, going wild during the Royal Thomian per se is such a terrible thing. It's just, taking that as an example for your entire life is where everyone is going kind of wrong. And that is where you kind of create a culture which should not be created. On the other hand, I do feel like this certain friendly rivalry, as it were, between the Royalists and Thomians is what makes a person more have a richer identity and a richer cultural background as well, right? Due to the fact that we can insult each other on the pitch, we can insult each other, during the Royal Thomian big debate or, wherever it may be, we may be rivals. But later on, at the end of the day, we walk out as brothers in arms, as comrades, as friends. And this also creates a certain amount of, experience within a person. He knows how things work in the world. He knows how to deal with things. For example, a lot of presidents, most presidents actually in this country were from either Royal or St. Thomas's colleges. And I think this actually builds character in a certain student. And the fact that you can go to a Royal Thomian, you can see the kind of things that happen here, and you can learn from them as either things that you should not do or simply as things that exist in reality. And these are the kind of things which create a certain good character or an experienced character and a person who can just go out into the world and prove that he's a good Royalist or a good Thomian.
Indeed, this debate will keep raging on. We are not getting closer to answer, but we will eventually get there. This has been going on for 138 years, and I hope it will go on for 100 more. So there are issues that will come our way with the change of culture, but I think the main thing we should take out of this is to face them strongly as Royalists and Thomians and overcome them, basically. So moving on to another topic, if you look at the history of the Royal Thomian, Jonathan, what do you know about the humble beginnings of this encounter that has spanned 138 years?
Well, initially it was played not between St. Thomas's Mount and Royal College. It was initially played against Columba Academy and St. Thomas College, Motwal in 1880. It was, I think, the big match was not that big at that time.
Yes,
I think that's fair to say. But today, after 138 years, you can see how big the environment is, how so many people just keep coming for 3 days straight, right? So what we started that day as a seed, now it has grown into a huge plant or huge tree.
And the thing is, the big match hasn't stopped growing. If you look at it, 35 years back, we never had a big match souvenir. That is something that started 35 years ago. If you look at it, the live, that started 8 years ago. There are new tents like the Broncos coming up. So it's gradually evolving to different shaping according to the culture. It's becoming even more entertaining, becoming more of a social event, becoming more of a, say, corporate event, I guess.
Even for the first time, we have the third umpire, the option for the third umpire for the first time in any of the school matches. So that has to be commended. I think a lot of our sponsors, even Royal College and St. Thomas College, worked really hard for so many years to get that. And from the past issues we have learned, we are evolving. We are learning from our mistakes from the past, and hopefully we will continue to learn from our mistakes and adjust them.
I think the thing is in the Royal Thomian, because of it's such a distinctive and unique atmosphere, that everyone becomes interested in it, and that is why it evolves in such different ways, because you pitch in with new creative ideas specifically targeted for the crowd, the specific crowd who comes for the Royal Thomian. You create new kinds of tents for people who don't belong to certain other tents. You create certain carnivals for people who feel left out, so on and so forth. And as Kai said, it does become a corporate event in some aspects. In the sense that, sponsors are very much interested. They give millions to sponsor any team or to sponsor any tent or any kind of brand. There are basically a lot of brand ambassadors around here, and the Royal Thomian has become such an event which is so big and so diverse that anyone can get involved in it. But ultimately, I feel that we need to stay true to our roots. It's a cricket match. It's a friendly rivalry between two very prestigious institutions, which are Royal College and St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia. And ultimately, if you stay true to that and identify that it's a cricket match, and that is why we are here in the first place, I feel like there's really no need to do anything further than that, and therefore create even more mistakes.
And yeah, if you look at the Royal Thomian, like the organizing side of it, something interesting to note is none of the people who work towards making this a reality are on a payroll. This is probably one of the biggest operations in Sri Lanka, where everyone is to a great extent working volunteers. So that's an amazing thing. All of this is accomplished by people's, not their passion for money, but their passion and love for college, and that is something truly beautiful.
And what we also have to remember that Royal Thomian is probably the only schools which have a joint committee. Other schools, they take turns to organize the big matches. But for us, we work as one, and the unity has to be mentioned, and that's what we are promoting right throughout the 3 days and the days leading up to the big match as well.
I feel like the fact that we work together to create the big match as Royal and Thomian, as a joint committee, as Jonathan said, is a reflection of the fact that this is such a match. It's a match that creates a certain culture or certain unity within them, and this leads on to your future life. It trickles down to all your other decisions you make as well. Even the decision to organize a Royal Thomian with the joint committee as brothers, right? So I feel like that is why the Royal Thomian again is so important. You create a certain character, which will lead on to people having more unity in society, having better decisions because they have more friends, because they can make better decisions, and so on and so forth. So I feel like it's a reflection of the kind of people who are made here, and therefore that kind of culture should be continued on.
And Shalim, if you look beyond just the culture of the Royal Thomian, if you just look beyond just the rivalry, this all ultimately translates into cricketing in Sri Lanka, basically. There are so many players who play every year for college, who eventually in 2 years, 3 years down the line, they're playing for their country. And so this is not just a school event, this is not just for Royal and St. Thomas's, this happens for our nation, basically to improve the cricketing standard in our country. So many of our old boys have captained, have showed immense colours in the field, both school-wise and nationally as well.
Definitely. I feel like the Royal Thomian, because it's such a massive event and because of the kind of pressure that comes around it, it's pretty much equivalent to an international event as well, or even international match even. And I feel like the selectors in the cricket board or whoever also feel like that they know this kind of thing. Also the fact that the Royal Thomian is what attracts so much attention within Sri Lanka. It's one of the, like Jonathan said, it's one of the biggest events in Sri Lanka. It's actually a tourist attraction in certain instances. So I feel like that is a kind of atmosphere that is created around it, that it's such a big thing. And we've seen different players play from it. Ranjan Madhukar will probably be in the primary example, Jihan Mubarak, and so on and so forth. We saw Amit Rambukwel as well playing recently for Sri Lanka in T20 matches. And so we see a lot of promise in both players from St. Thomas College and Royal College. If they perform well in the Royal Thomian, it's kind of like their status is sealed for life. You score a century at the Royal Thomian, you're known as the man who scored a century at the Royal Thomian in such a year, right? And I feel like that kind of reputation is built around the players, and so it carries on even into their professional lives as well.
I mean, to say something extra for what Shalom said, Royal Thomian not only builds your cricketing skills, it builds also are the gentlemen inside the Royalists and the Thomians. I think that plays a massive role in playing national cricket and playing international. How you communicate, how you present yourself as a person, as a Sri Lankan, as a Royalist, as a Thomian is very important. And if you see what the difference between a Royalist and a Thomian against someone from another school is the way they actually present themselves, cricketing talent, and that is. We learn that at the Royal Thomian and in our schools, where other schools don't offer that feature.
Yeah, and if you magnify this match, you will realize all of this happens for 22 students. 22 students under the age of 18. And that's a lot of pressure. All of this is happening for you to perform well. It's crazy.
Definitely, I feel like the students know the kind of pressure and the kind of thing they're getting into, and that is why cricket is such an important thing in Sri Lanka as a whole. And even in Royal, you have around 50 people in the squad. You have 30 people in the first 11 squad itself. Yeah. Ultimately, you select 11 out of them for the actual Royal Thomian. And it's something that everyone knows that they're really lucky to get into, and they have to be extremely talented and fortunate to do it in the first place, right? Leading on to Jonathan's point about this, how it makes you a gentleman as well. I feel like whether or not you play the Royal Thomian, by virtue of you being a cricketer and therefore surrounding yourself with the culture of the Royal Thomian and surrounding yourself with Thomians as well, Thomian cricketers or all cricketers, whoever, that creates a certain certain character within you, certain identity within you that creates a gentleman. So ultimately, when you go out into the national field and you play for Sri Lanka, whoever, it's a reflection of what you learned at a schoolboy age, what was taught to you by the culture surrounding the Royal Thomian as well. And so ultimately, what we learn here at the Royal Thomian and what we learn at school, by virtue of us being Royalists or being Thomians and therefore having the friendly rivalry, ultimately reflects the nation as a whole, the kind of culture that we create in this nation. And that is how other countries also identify with us. They recognize us as gentlemen, as good people, as people who can mix with other people regardless of how much, how irritating they might be or stubborn they might be. The fact is we can communicate with them, we can cooperate with them. And that is the kind of culture, I feel, that the Royal Thomian creates.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now we know why the Royal Thomian is the Royal Thomian. Any final comments, Jonathan Shalom, before we end?
I think I have to say I have to wish the boys all the best. We've lost one wicket, but hopefully they will stay. And the Royalists, I hope they give a good fight. I truly do, because I don't want this to be just another big match. So I want it to be a match where the boys, all 22 boys, give their best, and let's see who wins.
The two most memorable big matches for me were 2013 and 2016. Both, not because Royal won as per se, but because there was a result. Because of the fact that is what makes it most interesting. Especially last year, 2016 was a superb year. And it was a good match. Even Jonathan says that he's a Thomian. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You know it. You need a result to have a good match. And the kind of turnovers, the kind of game cricket is that it can change so quickly, so unpredictable. There can be a sudden middle order collapse. There can be a sudden century score in like 30 balls. Shahid Afridi, whatever, whoever, right? And we tell you that, look, ultimately cricket is a game which everyone enjoys. Everyone in Sri Lanka enjoys because it's such a game. And Royal Thomian is a prime example of that. And the culture surrounding it is a prime example of that. So I feel like ultimately, we wish the boys the best of luck. We wish the boys a good game, and we hope you all enjoy the Royal Thomian.
There we have it. We'll see you again at the tea break.
ball in. And Gunawardena on strike. So we saw Pereira bowl in 2 overs and both overs went for 5 runs each. Not the best economy for the left arm leg spinner. Interesting field setting they got here for the left arm spinner. They got a short leg for some reason and one slip fielder. I think the strategy here for the Royalists will be to bowl middle, stump, middle and leg maybe. And try and get an edge for the short leg. However, Manu Pereira doesn't seem to be following that kind of strategy. He's bowling more middle and off or off stump and trying to get that tip catch to the first slip. So either way, it really just works out however he bowls. And it looks like the field setting is more adhered towards the offside bowling since there are several fielders on the offside. And Ramanayaka will continue his spell from the media box end. He's the man who took Gunaratna out of the equation. The beautiful ball. A nice tip catch that went over to the wicket keeper. Carried through. And the man on strike is Kodithuwakku, who is right now on 92 runs. He's 8 runs away from his century. Ramanayaka has his conventional field set up. He's got 3 slips, point, and of course the short leg position. Of course, with Ramanayaka's height and the amount of bounce that he gets because of his height, a short leg might come in useful if the batsman gets an inside edge or tries to play it downwards towards the leg side. Well, they're getting rid of the short leg position and is moving towards square leg. Looks like they sacrificed a potential wicket take in position for a position that's going to probably cut short the flow of runs on the off or the leg side rather. Just a single for Kodithuwakku. Didn't quite get a solid contact on the ball there. Rather just nudged it towards the offside, deep enough for him to snatch a single. And this is a rare occasion indeed. There are no men on the boundary line except for fine leg. So there's no way to cut short the runs should the batsman choose to play through the covers or through the leg side. And some great fielding there by the gully position. Stopped potential 4. There was a short third man, but I'm not sure if he was enough to stop the ball from running down to the boundary line. And a great shot there by Gunawardena. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4 runs. And a perfectly timed shot through the cover position. Not a lot of power put on that shot. It just checked the bat as well, but it was well placed, and the timing was just perfect enough for it to run very quickly through the outfield and carry through. So that's the first 4 runs that Gunawardhan is going to get to the boundary, and has set him off the mark. So Anish, do you feel like Sundars College is going to go for all the shots now, try and get as many runs as they can, or do you think they're going to keep their wickets?
They're going to catch up. They're going to try to catch up as much as they can. Hopefully by the end of the day, they'll make some good progress.
Do you think by the end of this session that they will be looking to score around 250 or 300?
I would say around 250. Yeah.
So then I guess the aim is to equal Royal in this session, get 100 runs more than Royal in the next session, or something like that.
Looks like that's the
Looks
plan.
like that's the plan. Yes. Of course, if they can accelerate much more than that and try and get around 300. Like, instead of 100 possession, they aim for around 150 possession, considering the rate that they can potentially go up to, because of the fact they have 9 wickets in hand still, so they can afford to go, really ham and cheese on the ball.
Yeah, they can. They can miss it.
It's interesting that they're bowling Manala Pereira from one end and then Ramanayaka from the other end, so they're switching very frequently between the spin bowler, the left arm orthodox,
Yeah,
and
I guess they're trying to confuse the batsman. That could be what they're going for.
or it may be simply that they want to spin attack, but they also want Ramanayaka on one end because he's proven to be very effective, and the fielders go up there, but no wicket. I guess the slip caught and thought that he just edged the bat and he had gone down the leg side, but umpire obviously didn't think so.
Nope.
And the wicket keeper didn't go up either, so I don't think it was a very convincing edge. And now they change the bowler. It's going to be Herath bowling from the Maitland Place end. Or rather, sorry, it's going to be Manala Pereira once again, except bowling from the other side. So it's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-hand batsman Kodithuvaku, who is right now on 93 runs. Now Kodithuvaku is just 2 runs short of his highest score at a Royal Thomian. In 2015 he scored 95 runs and got out before he could reach a century. Right now it's 93 runs. Let's see how far he can get here. Well, Pereira isn't really turning the ball all that much. It's bowling almost wicket to wicket. Ball barely moving. And it's a good shot by Kodithuvaku. It's going to be it's going to be misfielded there. Could have chased it down and fielded the ball, but instead it's going to go down through the boundary, and that is Kodithuvaku's highest score at a Royal Thomian encounter. 97 runs, just 3 runs short of his century knock. And that was a good shot. Went right through the gap. The fielder at mid-off dived for it a bit too early, obviously trying to stop the runs. Instead of letting them take 2 runs, he decided, okay, I'm going to try and make them settle for 1. Missed the ball, and there was 4 runs more.
Well, he's pretty close to getting a century. He can do it.
And Kodithuvaku just runs the ball down to the deep square leg position, just the 1 inch in, ball by ball to his century.
2 runs for the century.
And it's Gunawardhan on strike. Manla Pereira switching his side up. He's bowling around the wicket now. Gurumodana just scored the one boundary. And there just the one run at the end of the over, so it's going to be Dinner Gurumodana on strike the next over as well. And St. Thomas College now 143 runs for one wicket. And it's going to be Ramanayaka once again. And it's going to be a quick single, I feel, or maybe even a double for the Thomian batsman here. They're going for 2 runs. They are going to get it very easily. That was a well-placed push into the covers by Gunawardena. All seems to be very fond of this entire rinse and repeat formula. Manla from one end and then Ramanayaka from the next. Same fielding positions almost every single time.
And you can see that the Thomian side is getting a little stressed out.
Definitely the run rate has slowed down very much. After the lunch break though, they seem to have got a bit of life into them. Especially Kodituakku. This must be very frustrating for Kodituakku. Kind of just stuck at one end at 98. And the leg side fields to enable them to get 2 double runs. I have to say the line between the wickets here is very good. It's very fast, very alert batsman. Ramanayaka will continue his spell. Gurumodana once again pushed it towards the point position and just the 1 run. So it'll be Kodituakku on strike. Remains to be seen whether he's going to try and get his century as fast as possible. Maybe get a single or a double to speed up the process.
Yeah,
Or
he's been stuck at that score for a while now.
He's been stuck in the 90s forever now. Since way before the lunch break as well. And he goes for the shot and it's taken by the gully position and Ramanayaka picks up his second wicket. It is Kodituakku once again who gets out, just runs short of his century. The second time he's done this. First time in 2015 was 95 runs, now it's 98 runs. And Kodituakku will lead the field after contributing 98 runs to St. Thomas College total. Absolute race upon his he panicked there a bit. He went for the shot when he could have left it or gone for a single. Went for a wild slash, trying to drive it through the covers. And he got a thick edge straight to the gully fielder. This time there was no drop catch. He was dropped on 51 early on by the slip. This time, no such third chance, and Koditwako will leave the field after an extremely well played innings, and Royal will be ecstatic that they've taken the main man out. Now it's both colorsmen, the the batting colorsman of the St. Thomas College out, and this is exactly what they wanted right after lunch break.
Royal crowd is losing it here.
Absolutely ecstatic there.
Question now is, will the Thomians be able to catch up?
They still have 8 wickets in hand, but of course, with Ramanayak going on a roll like this, who knows what's going to happen. They were 127 for no loss, now they're 148 for 2, and a new batsman will come in with a lot of hopes resting on his shoulders. We'll see what he can do. And it is Hapuhinho is at the crease, Podisacha himself, and we'll see exactly how well he can do here. He's known as a big hitter, and right now I think St. Thomas College want to go after the runs and catch up as fast as they can. So he's a good man to come up now. But what a disappointment it must be for Ravindu Koditwako. Second time he's come incredibly close to century, and for the second time he's got out just moments away from his century.
And last year, this is the person who won the Thomians the 50 over match.
Indeed. Hapuhinna was the man himself. I saw him launch a ball into the fourth tier once, around 100 meter 6. Incredibly powerful strike. And looks like it's going to be giant versus giant. Ramanayaka, the fastest bowler on the field, or fastest Royal bowler on the field. And Hapuhinna, the hardest hitter on the field. It's going to be the clash of the titans here. And here comes first ball that Hapuhinna is going to face. Goes to the block. Stopped at gully once again. And that was a good ball by Ramanayaka that got it Koditwako. He knew that Koditwako was desperate for his 100, and so he bowled very wide of Koditwako. He was tempting the shot for Ravindu, and he took the bait and he slashed out at it. Underestimated the bounce that Ramanayaka can generate with his height, and that's ultimately his undoing. Looks like it's going to be a change of pace for Royal. Change of the bowling attack. It's going to be Yuvin Herath from the Maitland Place end, replacing Manula Pereira. And it's going to be Dinra Gunawardena on strike to Yuvin Herath. And he went for the mixture of the paddle sweep and deal scoop, really.
Goes over the boundary.
And it's going to be 4 runs. Well, that was a smart shot played by Gunawardena. He knew exactly where the gap in the field was. There was a short leg as well as the wicket keeper, both right up to the wicket, and he played it right in between those to bisected the field. The slip chased it down but didn't get there fast enough. There's no fine leg, only the deep square leg. He couldn't get there fast enough either. And it's going to be 4 runs for Dinra Gunawardena. It's currently at 14. It's also the 150 brought up for St. Thomas's College. Currently the score stands at 152 for the loss of 2 wickets. But Northern playing very lot of cautious shots here. He knows he can't afford to lose his wicket anytime soon. Herat keeping the ball tight. There's just the one mistake by Herat this over. He bowled very much to the leg side. His ball was just strained down. Now he's keeping the ball, the line and length much tighter. Ball in middle and off.
And it's the end of the over with the score being 152.
Ramanayaka once again bowling from the press box or rather the media box end to Sithara Hapuhinna. Here he comes. And it looks like the short leg is going to come into use here. We're still yet to see a 6 by any player in either innings or rather from either side. And it might just be that we see a 6 by Sithara Hapuhinna sooner or later. That's the kind of player he is. But maybe not so much against Ramanayaka, considering the amount of height he's getting.
He's known for being a hard hitter, and usually his thing is getting sixes, but nothing's happening.
And that's the hard hit we were talking about. That's going to race to the boundary. Hapuhinna seen the ball just coming a bit too full and launched himself at the ball, or rather swung the bat straight and through the covers. Smart shot by Hapuhinna there. Put his foot very firmly and didn't even transfer his weight. He just swung the bat and hit the ball extremely hard. And that's Ramanayaka's response. A bouncer to the head. Up in a duck in because he doesn't want his head taken off. Of course, we saw last time in the 50-over match whenever someone tried to put a Yorker, or rather a bouncer, to Hapuhinna, he simply responded by pulling the ball into the stands on the leg side boundary. Test match format, I guess, is a bit more conservative than that.
He's going for it,
and it's going to be a quick single by Hapuhinna. It's going to finish off the over. And Gunawardene takes strike against Ramanayaka here. Three
Thomians are
slip.
making slow progress, but they're making progress.
Royal definitely in a much better position than they were just before the lunch break. 2 quick wickets by Ramanayaka really helped the morale of the team. Ramanayaka had almost no reaction when he got Kodituaku out there. The slip took the catch and Ramanayaka kept on walking like it was no big deal. I guess even he is a bit tired of how resistant the Thomian seem to be in this match. It's conceivable that he probably will celebrate at some point after he's taken a few more wickets when he feels like he's actually making an impact on the match. And a massive appeal there.
And
Everyone appealing. Umpire turns it down. They thought they'd got a narrow edge. Gunawardhan is fishing outside the off stump. A lot of bounce from Ramanayaka. And now Sitara Hapuhinna facing against Yuvin Herat. Interesting to see how Hapuhinna reacts to the spin bowlers, whether he's going to go after the spin bowlers or decide to play conservative innings. And a pretty solid defensive shot by Hapuhinna there. And he stepped that very smartly to the leg side. Just the one run. It's interesting to see what kind of effect the left-right combination is going to have on the Royal skipper's decisions. Gunawardhan being right-hander and Hapuhinna being the left-hander. And we have a left-arm orthodox bowler who is also capable of bowling through Chinaman.
Oh.
It's a solid shot by Gunawardhan now. Good fielding effort, and it's going to prevent the boundary. Just 2 runs then for Gunawardhan. A powerful shot that drove it right through the covers on the back foot, and just a dive that prevents it from into the rope. Gunawardhan seems to be interspersing his shots selection quite a lot. He goes one shot quite hard at the ball, the next shot very defensive. And for the defensive shot, yes. As a general formula he's been going with. Generally a hard hit and then followed by 2 or 3 or 4 defensive shots before the goes on the ball once again. There we go.
He's still going on the defensive though.
Ramanaka continuing his spell. It looks like the Royal is planning to bowl Ramanaka all through the afternoon. See if he can pick up any more wickets, as he's the most threatening bowler on the field as far as the Thomians are concerned. Thomian on strike. And the keeper goes up. The bowler Ramanaka was a bit late in the appeal. A couple of seconds went by before he realized there might have been an edge. Umpire turns it down. And that's the same kind of ball that got into Kodiswaku. Just bouncing high outside the off stump. Too high for Hapuhin to reach and drive through the cover. It looks like it's bouncing full enough for him to do so. So he goes for the shot and then realizes he needs to pull back and leaves himself open for the edge. Once again, the same kind of ball. And Hapuhin is really struggling to get better on ball here to get some solid contact. He went for the shot twice. Missed both times. Ramanaka agonizingly close to the third wicket. And here Gunawardhan is coming down the pitch to give a bit of advice to Hapuhin. See whether it makes any difference.
I can sense that the Royalists are getting a bit frustrated, but they still seem determined.
It's a brilliant shot by Hapuhin, right down the ground. Doesn't even bother to run across the wicket. He knows that's going to go to the boundary. A solid shot by him. That ball did not bounce up as high, nor was it as to the offside as previous balls. It was a bit full midland leg, and Hapuhin had to pull it on, step forward and punch the ball through mid on and mid off. No chance for mid on there. Ramanaka is going to try and respond to the bounce ahead.
I'm not going to make any bets on that.
Well, let's see. And I was absolutely right. Went for the bouncer. And it looks like he actually hit Hapuhin either in the shoulder or the grill. Ball just bouncing towards the slip cord.
Hit him in the shin.
Well, if that bounce shook up Hapuhin, is yet to show it. He didn't seem all too perturbed by that contact with the ball. He left that one alone. Seems to be a fairly standard formula for Ramanaka. If you get hit for 4 or 6, respond by trying to take the batsman's head off. Revenge is swift. And that's another high one, not quite a bouncer, but definitely around chest height. Been just playing it downwards. If there'd been an edge on that, he might have carried through to the short leg, and that probably would have been the reason as to why he's there in the first place. But as it was, Hapuhin just plays it down, got some decent contact on it, so nothing arising from that ball.
Thomians have really started to slow down ever since the lunch break finished.
So either the Thomians have slowed down or the Royals have picked their game up a bit.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Or both.
Or both. A combination of both. That works too. Of course, the loss of Korituaku couldn't have helped.
I think that was probably one of the biggest reasons.
And Ganit Sandeep is brought back into the attack to replace Yuvin Herath from the Maple Place end. And Gunawardena face in. Some pretty solid defensive shots here by Gunawardena. A sharp turn there, and he's glanced it towards the leg side. A dive from the short leg is not enough for him to get his hands on the ball. And here's Happiness just signaling to Gunawardena, don't play to the leg side. There's a fielder right there just waiting for that chance. Play straight instead. And that's another catch. Gunawardena leaves the field. 16 runs in. He went for the shot on the offside. It looked like either an edge or lofted shot, and a neat catch by the man at point. Just diving a little bit and catching it just before landing on the ground. Gunawardena going for the cover drive or the square cut, and unfortunately, obviously not seeing the man at point. Unfortunately for St. Thomas College, they lost their third wicket here, and the fall of wicket is at 164 runs. And now there's three batsmen gone. Kodituaku, Gunaratna and Gunawardena, front three batsmen for St. Thomas College, all leaving the pitch. And Royal College will be very happy with that. Good variation in the line and length by Sandeep. The first ball, he kind of bowled it towards leg side. Looked like he was trying to get that catch. And then as soon as he gives the player a little bit of room on the offside, he knows that the batsman's going to go for the shot. That's exactly what happened. Good plan, and it worked. Royal College now 3 wickets up.
Fourth batsman is coming in, Delon Perez, colorsman. Also the secretary of the team. Delon coming in. Delon is known to be a pretty good batsman, so bowler. Sorry, my mistake. Bowler. He's known to be a pretty good bowler, so this could be a turnaround.
Player is on strike.
Ramanaka is getting ready to see if he can get his fourth. Taking
Here
the
we
run
go.
up and
Devante. Good bowling by Himesh Ramanayake. $48. 48 overs gone. So St. Thomas's College 165 for 3 wickets. Next ball by Himesh Ramanayake.
good shot there. He goes right in between the fielders.
Straight to the short third man. The field is set. Here we go, Himesh Ramanayake. Oh, that was very close.
That was nearly the end for that batsman though. The crowd seems to be dying down a bit. I guess the match has stagnated. He's going for it.
Use the ball again.
Ramanaya looks pretty confident right now, considering that he's got a few batsmen out already.
St. Thomas's College Stadium at 65 for 3 wickets. Trying with Rapport. Oh, that's a very good defense by Devon Peavis.
St. Thomas's seems to be going towards the defensive side now. No longer going for 4s and 6s.
Last ball for Himesh Ramanayaka.
Going for it. And it doesn't quite work out.
Pulled away for backwards Gaelic. A very good over by Himesh Ramanayaka. St. Thomas's College 166 for 3.
St. Thomas's has got a bit wary of Ramanayaka and they've slowed down in their runs.
Looking at the crowd is very cheerful at the moment, especially the Thomian and the Royal Boys tent. You can see students running there, cheering. But for the 138 time, it's been a very important event, a Royal Thomian event in the history. New ball by Manuel Pereira. First ball, here it goes. Down piece. Slowly defends the ball.
St. Thomas's continues to go on the
Securing their
defensive.
wickets.
Looks almost as if they're trying to stall the match.
Second ball.
Good defensive shot. The score hasn't changed much. It's still 166 for 3.
Third ball of Manuel. Defense again. Down piece. Away 4 runs.
4.
Winner.
First
Straight to long
major
stop.
progress since this batsman came in.
Strike away.
Turns out that was a 1.
Deep mid wicket. Ashitra winner. Exchange the sides.
Actually, it was a
They're on previous.
scoreboard.
Thomas's
seems to be
College.
malfunctioning.
171 for 3.
That four certainly didn't do anything to activate the crowd. They still seem a bit dull. The only ones cheering really are the cheerleaders and the prefects of both sides.
So it's Abhishek here at the third ball. Oh, that was really good defense. Sitra Hapuina going for a run, but Rampiris wants to keep on striking. Next ball to Rampiris.
And that was a
Tiger way to cover. Fifth ball of Abhishek Pereira. Good defense by Deron Peavis.
I think Delon Perez has established that he's a very defensive batsman.
Ashen Ramanayaka keep on advising Abhishek Pereira to get the fourth wicket. Still Roy is struggling to get the fourth wicket. Here we go, last ball. End of the over. St. Thomas's College 171 for 3 wickets. Royal College still struggling to take that few wickets, and St. Thomas's College keep the scoreboard ticking for the target 255 runs to secure and ensure their score for the first innings. Sitra Hapuin on strike. Bowler Mon Pereira. First ball. A very good ball. Deep square leg. Second ball of Manda Pereira. It is good bowling by Manda Pereira.
Good defensive shot that turned out to
Very good shot for deep point.
St. Thomas's College still 173 for 3 wickets. Chitra Hapuin on strike.
And Mandula Pires goes it.
Oh, that was a good defense
Yeah,
again
sorry.
by Chitra Hapuin. That was a good shot, deep cover.
Mandula Pereira is getting ready.
Last ball of Mount Pereira. Good defense. Straight away. Gone.
And Nilam Pires is out.
That
Very
was a really
unfortunate
good,
event for the
really good
Thomians.
catch by Mount Pereira. Royal has secured the 4th wicket. St. Thomas's College 174 for 4 wickets. That was a very good wicket by Manla Pereira. Looking at his last ball. It's a small tap and straight to Manla Pereira's hand. That brings down Devon Peavis. Waiting for the new batsman.
STC needs 81 runs lead and they have 6 wickets to do it. It's hard to tell whether they'll be able to or not.
It's a refreshment break. I've seen the Royal boys as cheered up again, and they're back on the match. Talking about the wickets, at 127, D. Gunaratna went out for 35 runs and at the score of 148, R. Korizuaku scoring 98 runs and in 164, Pereira went for and in 174 runs as just now.
We've just received word that Ramesh Nalla Perma, the The Thomian captain is about to come in and start batting for the Thomian side. This
Captain of St. Thomas's College. St. Thomas's College, 174 for 4 wickets. "52 overs gone. That was really close. That was really close.
that was nearly the end for Nalda over there.
That is a really close catch. I think he couldn't secure the catch. It was hard luck, but very good effort
If
by
the Royalists can get
fielders.
Nalda Perma out before he scores a single round, then this match could be in the bag.
Straight away to the same position. A bit struggle there again.
Just like Delon Pires, Nalda Perma seems to be going on the defensive again.
Ramesh Nalapenam under pressure at this moment.
Oh, this could change.
Third ball. I beg your pardon, it's the fourth ball. Ramesh Nalapenam on strike.
Bats it to the same position and gets a 4 this time. Good job.
The defined leg fielder could not stop this at this moment.
Nalda Perma is off to a very good start. Question is, will he be able to continue?
Ramesh Nalapenam on strike again.
Another defensive shot. Good shot. The end of another over with the score being 179 for 4 for the Thomians. have got 179 in 53 overs. The Royalists got 255 in 59 overs. It'd be pretty impressive if Thomians could catch up, but they still have a few batsmen remaining, so they could just take it slow and win the match. However, with the Royal bowler Ramanayaka still going around in there.
Very good defense again. Citra Hapuin on strike. St. Thomas College 179 for 4 wickets. Second
Mulder's
ball.
preparing. He's going for it, and it's a good defensive shot. It goes straight to the fielder.
You can see Royal College making the fielders go back a bit.
Apuina continues to be on the defensive.
St. Thomas's College 180 for 4 wickets.
He bowls it, and very good shot, but unfortunately for the Thomians it goes straight to a fielder.
Nalaperum on strike. That's a really good defense. That's a good shot by Arnana Perumal from the offside straight to a fielder. End of the over. St. Thomas's College 180 for 4 wickets.
Apuina on strike.
Citra Hapuin on strike. New bowler.
Abhishek Pereira getting ready. He signals to the fielders. He bowls it, and another defensive shot.
Straight to the keeper.
Thomians.
match, we can see, if we look around, all the SS Singley Sports Cup stadium is full with spectators today. That was a good shot.
Hapu winner there, and it's racing towards the boundary, and it's a 4.
Runs for St. Thomas's College. Upwinder finds the gap between the two fielders. It's a really good shot by Upwinder.
Between Hapu winner and Nalla Peruma, they've really picked up the pace of this match.
St. Thomas College 184 for 4.
Abhishek going once again, determined to get him out.
That was a good shot for mid-on. Taken by the mid-on fielder. St. Thomas still need to get the scoreboard ticking to 255 runs to secure the first inning score, which Royal College Nalla Perum on strike. St. Thomas is captain.
Abhishek goes for it, and Nalla does a defensive shot.
Two balls remaining of this over.
Nalla Peruma is preparing himself for this, and good shot.
Good shot to extra cover by Nalla Peruma. At this moment, Sridhar Hapuhinna had scored 20 runs and Nalla Peruma scored 4 runs. Here we go, last ball. Abhishek Pereira. Really good ball.
Nalla
End
really
of
got
the
out
over.
there.
St. Thomas's College 185 for 4 wickets.
Hapu winner on strike. Sorry. Yeah, my apologies. Hapu winner on strike.
Oh, that was great feeling by
slowed
Royal
down and
College.
stopped by a fielder. Very good job there by that fielder.
Very good shot by Hapuhinna. The deep square leg.
There still hasn't been a single six in this entire.
Finds the gap again. Straight to deep extra cover. So that's our Nalapeluma. 5 runs from 10 balls. Apuhinna, 21 runs from 29 balls. Here we go. Smash it towards the bowler.
Good shot by Habu.
Straight to deep,
Stop
deep
by the
square leg.
fielder.
And Thomas's College still 188 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Unlike Nalaperma, who seems to be going on the defensive, Habu India seems to be going for those fours.
On strike Nalapeluma. Very good leave. Nalapeluma just took the wicket of Dylan Peavis. Tries to take another one. Oh, that's a good leave again by Ramesh Nalapeluma. End of the over, St. Thomas's College 188 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And
Here
the
comes
captain Helitha Vitanage
the
coming
new
into
bowler. Oh, that field from Royal College. Umpire is not happy with it.
Nalaperma signaling something to Habu. Sorry. Yeah, Habu.
Apuin on strike. Next ball by Helitha Vitanage.
Good defensive shot. Thomian's continuing to go on the defense. It's hard to tell if they're trying to stall and win this match 1 run by 1 run, or they're waiting for something.
Good shot. Straight away to the backward square leg by Apuin.
Vidanagar.
Very good leave.
Close call there. Nearly caught by
Really
Vidanagar.
It's really close.
Apuina looks a little shaken up by that. Once again, he's been signaled something from his captain.
We go last ball of Danage. Oh, very good
He goes
defense
for the
again.
defensive shot. And that's the end of the over there.
Now the 57th over. St. Thomas College 188 for 4 wickets. New bowler, Manla Pereira. Another leave by Manla Perumal. Ball by Manla Pereira. Good defense by Nalla Perumal.
Going on the defense once again.
Keeping on leaving the ball, Nalla Perumal.
Match has slowed down again.
Last ball of Manla Pereira.
Be able to
Nalla
get someone
Perumal
out.
strike and defense
Nalla
again.
Perumal goes to the defensive once more and he's still in.
Very good over by Manla Pereira. St. Thomas's College 188 for 4 wickets. Chitira Hapuin on strike. That's a no ball. It's a no ball
And a 4.
and a 4.
Brilliant shot there by the batsman.
Hapuin straight away from deep cover.
That was the first 4 in a while by Hapuin. Halith's taking his run up and he bowls it to.
Oh,
Once
it
again,
is
the Thomians go on the defensive after that 4.
very good fielding by the Silip. St. Thomas's College, 6 runs needed for 200. Nalla Perumal strike.
Once again, batsman goes for defensive. Vitanage is going for it. He bowls it to Nalla Perma. This is captain versus captain. As Hapuin continues, Hapuin seems to be the one getting the 4s and going for the heavy hits, as Nalla continues to go on the defensive.
Comes Helder with the ball. Once again leave.
Vitanage is looking slightly frustrated, as is the Thomian side.
St. Thomas's College, 194 for 4 wickets. Nalla Peruma on strike.
Thomians are making slow but steady progress here.
Last ball by Helter. Quickly exchanges the sides. End of the over. St. Thomas's College, 194 for 4. New bowler, Wanda Pereira,
Manuel Pereira, the left-hand spinner.
Nalla Perum on strike.
Is Nalla Perma going to go for another defensive shot, or is he going to try to go for 4 or 6? And of course he goes for another defensive shot there.
Straight to Manla. St. Thomas College needs another 5 more runs.
Yeah, it seems like the Thomian strategy is Nalla Perma basically goes for the defensive shots, and Hapuin goes for those 4s. Oh, and it looks like I spoke too soon. It's a 4 by Nalla Perma.
Straight to long on. 4 runs.
The Thomian crowd seems to be getting a little excited over this.
Thomas College is 1 more run for 200.
Will Nalla Perma and Hapuin be able to get that 200?
Another leave. Nalla Peruma. Next ball. Good shot. Taken by the covers.
Hapuin is on strike once more, and Manula's
200 up for St. Thomas's College.
The Royalists haven't got these Thomians out in a while. However, that can change at any moment. And Manula's going for his beautiful shot there by Hapuin. Another 4 for the Thomians.
Straight to deep cover by Hapuin. Royal College a bit disappointed at
And they
this moment.
finally reached that 200 that we were talking about earlier. Thomians at 200 and 4 for 4. And Ramanaka is back again bowling for the Royalists as Nalla Perma is on strike. Will Ramanaka be able to get Nalla Perma out just like he did with previous batsman? Certainly not in the first.
Ramanayaka trying to get the 5th wicket for Royal College. Still, St. Thomas College 204 for 4. They need another 251 runs to secure the 255 target which Royal College scored in the first innings.
The Royalist crowd has really picked up their excitement ever since Ramanayaka came back, and he goes to his bowling end. And again the Thomians go for their defensive tactics. Captain of the Thomian side, Nalla Perma still on strike as Ramanayaka goes, trying to get him out. Nalla Perma still going for his defensive shots. And they get around.
Straight away to square leg by Nalla Perima. St. Thomas College 205 for 4 wickets. Currently, Nalla Perima
It looks like my guess was right earlier when I said that the Thomian tactic is to win this match one run at a time, as they continuously get singles over and over again. Ramanayaka looking confident. Oh, and that. False alarm, people. That was not. Oh, no.
Upin on strike. Currently, Upin has scored 31 runs from 40 balls. Next ball by Ramanayaka. Straight to Upin. Oh, he misses it. Straight to the keeper. Good bowling by Ramanayaka. St. Thomas College 205 4 wickets.
Nalla Perma managed to defend himself against Ramanayaka, but will Hapuinna be able to do the same? And better yet, will be able to score any major points or runs. Sorry. Very good defensive shot there.
To extra cover
by
by
Hapuinna.
end of the over. St. Thomas College 205 for 4 wickets.
After they got that 4 and they reached their goal of 200, they've managed to shoot them. They've slowed down again.
St. Thomas captain Nalla Perima on strike. New bowler. We have a new bowler, Ganit Sandeepa.
Yeah, Ganit Sandeep, a second-year colorsman of the Royal side. Will he be able to get?
Nalla Perima on strike.
And Nalla Perma goes for his defensive shot again, getting a steal.
End of 61 overs. Until 62nd over is happening. Nalla Peruma has scored 12 runs from 32 balls. Apuin has scored 31 from 42 balls. Dance College 254. Straight away to leg gully by Nalla Peruma. You can see Apuin requesting some order.
Sandeep bowls it too. And once again the Thomians go for their defensive shot. So almost as if the Thomians, they get a huge burst of energy and then they suddenly go for their defense. However, this tactic seems to be working for them.
Right, Sandeep, his fourth ball, setting up the field.
Once again another defensive shot. This tactic seems to be working for the Thomians. That was a good shot, however it was easily combated by the Royal fielders.
End of the over, St. Thomas's College 205 for 4 wickets.
And that marks the end of the over, people, with St. Thomas's College having 205 for 4. Apuin and Nalla Perma coming back to their positions. Ramanaka, the one who's got the most amount of batsmen out for this match, getting ready.
First ball by Ramanayaka. Straight to Sean fine leg. Sometimes College 205 for 4 wickets.
Ramanaka still determined to get at least one or two more batsmen out of the way of the Royalists. He bowls it. Good shot by Hapuinna.
Straight away to backward square leg.
And they get a signal. Single rather, sorry.
Malaperim on strike. St. Thomas 264. St. Thomas is keeping on the scoreboard ticking, and Royal struggles to get another wicket.
Ramanaka preparing himself for yet another ball. He's bowling it to Nalla Perma, captain of St. Thomas's. Nalla Perma goes for a very good defensive shot that time.
Straight to cover. As you can see, there's keeper, two slips in gully, and also leg gully.
Thomian has stagnated once more as they remain in the 205-206 area.
Good shot for backward point. Tries with the wicket. Misses it. By runs, four
A good
runs.
4 runs by the Thomians.
That was misfielding by Royal
Thomian
College.
crowd looks exuberant about that. Hapo in on strike as Ramanaka goes.
Perum on strike. Ramanayake bowls to another Perum. Oh, that was really close. A huge happy by Royal College umpires, not happy about it. St. Thomas College 211. End of the over by Ramanayake.
That's the end of the over paper with the Thomians having 211 to 4. Man on strike goes for another defensive shot there. Thomians are really sticking to their defensive strategy. Hapoina hits another defensive shot.
Straight to leg gully. Really good ball to extra cover. Planet Sandeep to take another wicket. We can see dark clouds everywhere. Might rain sometimes.
Yeah, it would be very unfortunate for the Thomians if it were to rain right now, slowing their progress down drastically. Hapo in on strike. Ramanaka getting ready. He hasn't got anyone out in a while. Takes the run up. Eager to get that. Eager to get Hapo in out. And Hapo in goes for another defensive shot.
Straight to mid wicket.
The Thomian tactic of stalling this game and winning it one run by and followed by another might not work if it rains. Clouds are gathering. Ramanaka going for another ball.
Side away for
Hapo in 4
Long
runs by
leg.
Hapo in a good shot there. First 4 in a while for the Thomians.
And Thompson's got it 215 for 4 wickets.
40 runs for them to catch up with the Royalists, and they're still at 4 out. Ramnak goes in for the kill. Hapuina deflects it.
Straight to backward point. Keeps to take the ball.
Another single for the Thomians. Ramanaka is looking frustrated. Will he be able to? Thomian crowd looks happy about this change of events.
Waiting for the field to get set. Field is still getting set by Royal College.
Ramnak going for the ball once more. Nalla Perma on strike and nothing happens. Except for a high bounce. Ramanaka persistently trying to get these people out, but Ramesh, that was a close call for Ramesh.
Good try by the keeper. Royal College. Upper in on strike. Really good shot, finds the gap. Field is struggling and it's stopped. Good shot to the deep covers by Hapuin. The Thomian College 280 for 4. Currently Hapuin and Nalapirima on strike. Getting a bit gloomy and darker.
The Thomian's slow and steady strategy seems to be working, but as I said before, because of if it rains, things might not look so good for them. Sandeep bowling for this over. Good teamwork here by Nalla Perma and Hapuinna. Will they be able to keep it up?
By setting up the fielders.
Sandeepa goes in and he sends it to the boundary, and that's another 4 for the Thomians.
Straight away. Deep cover.
Another
Big
4
one,
by
deep point.
Nalla Perma. He seems to have let go of his defensive strategies. Thomian crowd is happy about this.
St. Thomas's College 222 for 4 wickets.
Just 33 runs for the Thomians to catch up with the Royalists. And just 4 batsmen out. Will they be able to do it?
That's a single.
However, if Thomians get a bit too cocky and start taking things easy, that could be the end for them.
Ganit Sandeep balls. Oh, that was very close. Straight away.
And it's
for
another
four.
4 for the Thomians.
That should count as extras. Well, if it rain. Okay. Ganit Sandeep. See, fourth ball. Just singles. Now also see. I think Habuin and Lapper has changed their plans to make singles as soon as possible to cover the 255 target of Royal College. Oh, that was very close. Two runs for St. Thomas's College. Upwin on strike. St. Thomas at the end of the over, St. Thomas's College 231 for 4 wickets. That's the end of the 66th over. As you can see, Herita has come with the ball again.
Hapuina very close to getting his half century here.
Tapuin is scoring 45 from 53 balls. Tapuin on strike. Herita comes in. Can see Malapirma cheering Hapuin. Make the scoreboard ticking towards the target to 255 runs. Currently, St. Thomas College 231 for 4. Next ball by Herita. Smashes the ball straight towards the fielder. Taken by deep mid wicket. So tea breaks coming in another short while. Next ball by Haley there. Leaves the ball. Getting even gloomy and darker here. So no chance it might rain sometimes. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and here we witness the tea break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the tea break. Thank you.
Check one, check one.
We are now moving into the tea break of the second day of the 138th Battle of the Blues. Joining with me is the Head Prefect of Royal College, Dinuko Soisa, and the Senior Deputy Head Prefect of Royal College, Sahan Piris. So first question, Aya, welcome, first of all. The first question, what do you all feel about the performance of the team, of our team on the field so far?
First of all, I would like to thank the two media units of both schools for inviting us for this program today. It's a privilege. I think the game is evenly poised now. Royalists having put up a decent total yesterday and the Thomians fighting back really hard today. I think we are in for a great game tomorrow as well. And I think personally, being behind the Royal team, the boys are fighting really hard. They're toiling in the field and they're trying really hard to get through these Thomian wickets and to regain the trophy this year, not only by drawing it, by regaining the shield, not only by drawing it, but winning the shield this year as well.
And Sahanaya?
Yes, as Dinuka said, the Royalists gave a good score for the Thomians and they are pretty well in their field. And I think both teams are playing really well, good sportsmanship, friendly rivalry, everything. And at the end of the game, it's all about the achievement of those two games.
All right, thank you. And we all know that the prefects councils of both schools play an integral role in the big match. Could you all give us a little insight into what exactly goes on as a part of what the prefects council does?
Yeah, we have a separate sports committee, and in that sports committee there's a specific sports coordinator for cricket. So that person goes in the morning and checks the boys, and he also engages in their practices, their training, they motivate them, they talk to him frequently, and by maintaining their friendship and their relationship, they feel that he's a part of the team and he supports them, and that's the kind of motivation that they need from the council.
And then, apart from the team, as in like to get the boys motivated, what does the council do?
So I think for a big match to be successful, the council's role is very integral. And I think every year a council plays a major role in bringing up the hype and promoting the big match for all the school boys. Getting the boys to the boys' tent, getting the team motivated to retain the shield or maybe to win it back in some instances. I think the prefects council plays an integral role by decorating the entire school, by carrying out motivational programs, by organizing the cycle parade, and even by cheering at the boys and in front of it. I think the prefects council every year does a huge role in supporting the team, and I think it's very well appreciated by the team as well.
And you do all these things, like starting 2 months before the big match, possibly even more. Is it bearing fruit? Are you all seeing it as a worthy investment, a worthwhile investment?
Yeah, actually, regardless of the win or the loss, regardless of the decision, it's this great game. It's the history, the rivalry, the friendly camaraderie which matters. So, obviously, win is important from our perspective. But then, what we believe is more than a win. What matters most is this game, the traditions, the legacy, and this game itself. So, I think obviously, regardless of the decision, regardless of whether Royal wins or Royal loses, or whether it's a draw or whether St Thomas's wins, I think always supporting the team and being behind Royal or St Thomas's is a worthy investment.
And if you look at on the teachers' side and the old boys' side, what is the support we get from them leading up to the days of big match and during the days of the big match?
Uh, Generally, the big match is organized by the big match organizing committee. So that comprises of old boys of both schools, and they do a huge amount. They do a huge amount of work when it comes to organizing this event. So this event is not possible without them. So obviously they are the main organizers of this event. So so big credit goes out to them. Teachers as well, staying at the boys' side and advising us, our principal sir, the top management of the school, advising us, advising the prefects council, advising the cricket team to maintain true sportsmanship, discipline, and integrity. I think the administration as well as the old boys plays a huge role.
And Sahana, yeah, as a renowned sportsman at college, at the college level and even the national level, could you give us a little hint as to what's going on in the heads of the 11 sportsmen on the field today, like the pressure and how they get through it, basically?
I think the team is trying to give the Thomians a good pressure, and that they're trying to take all the wickets that they have. So I think the team, Haley and the team, they're trying to motivate the team. They won't give up. They never give up. Though it's a hard situation, they always fight back, and that's what team effort is. That's what teamwork. And I think that Haley and the team might give a good comeback.
All right. And last question, last request. Can you all give us, tell the team, give us something to tell the team and the players, some final words of advice going into the last day of this 138 Battle of the Blues?
Yeah. Most importantly, they should understand that the whole boys' tent is with them, and all the old boys are with them. So no matter what the decision is, the whole crowd, the whole boys' tent, all the students, the prefects council, teachers, everyone, we are with you. So good luck to the whole team.
And Denukaya?
So finally, I would like to thank everyone who came for the big match up to now, to the boys and to the entire big match as well. And I think by looking at the game today, the third day will be extremely crucial. So we can use all the support in the boys' tent. So I urge all current royalists to come to the boys' tent, because I think boys' tent is the one tent which can change the decision of the match in a split second by that cheer. So please come to the boys' tent, and I'm pretty sure from the way we've been behind the team, we've been motivating the team will never give up. They'll fight till the last minute. So we have complete trust and confidence in them to retain and maybe regain the Shenanayaka Shield this year as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aya. I've been Kaiv Saleh with Dinukudi Soisa and Saham Piris for Royto Live. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The weather's looking bleak for the Thomians. It's about to rain. If it rains before they can catch up, then things don't look so good.
And just 23 runs more for them to catch up. Quite a conceivable score. I mean, it's very possible for Thomians to get there very fast.
Considering that Hapuin and Nala Perma are still in.
And there's a pitch invasion here, and this is one of the more interesting parts of the big match cricket. Looks like he's just come to wish the batsman good luck and then get lost.
Obviously under the influence.
Well, he doesn't look too drunk. I mean, he just came and said, hey, bro, good luck, and then he went off.
At least all his clothes were on.
At least, yes. And so we have Sandeepa once again bowling to Sitara Hapuhinna, who is currently now on 45 runs.
It's very close to his half century.
You're speaking about the rain, Anish, and I think, going to recent observations, it seems like the rain only comes after 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. So I'm pretty confident that it won't rain actually, and if it does rain, it'll probably be after they close the play.
That's true. Sandeepa goes in once more, and Ramesh goes on his defensive once more. They've resumed their defensive tactics.
Well, right after the lunch break, 3 quick wickets fell, and after that, St. Thomas College were kind of on the back foot. It was 174 for the loss of 4 wickets, and now they've got a good 50 partnership between these two, Nalla Peruma and Sitara Hapuhinna, and doesn't look like they want to relinquish that grip that they've already got. That's the end of the over. St. Thomas College 233 runs, also 4 wickets. And this is the final session of the day. So St. Thomas College will look to score at least 100 runs within this session and get a decent lead to finish it all off on the third day. Though it looks like it might be a draw considering that it's taken 2 days for the first innings to finish. So it's a bit ambitious to say that the last innings will finish, the entire innings will finish on the second day actually.
Vitanage coming into bowl once more. Hapuhinna getting ready.
And he goes for the
hits
hit
it
there.
Up,
Over the top.
And it's not.
That's not going to go for 4, but it was a very good strike by Hapuhinna. They're coming for a second and they'll get it very comfortably. Strong strike by Hapuhinna.
That could have been very close for Hapuhinna. That fielder got really close to catching the ball.
And they changed the field set in. Now the mid-off position is now switched to the long-off position. So it looks like they're making allowances for Hapuhinna's strong arms here.
Vitanage goes in. And Hapuhinna once again goes for his defensive shots.
That was smart play by Hapuhinna. First ball he hit it over the top and got a double. Second one, after seeing that the mid-off is being switched to long-off, he hits it towards the mid-off position.
So there's no one there.
Yeah, very smart batting here by Hapuhinna. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking. And if you notice that the field settings are very different according to the batsman. For Hapuhinna, there were around 3 or 4 men in the deep. For Nalla Peruma, it's switched up quite a bit. And there's 2 men in the deep.
Hapuhinna
coming down the pitch.
Not sure if he was trying to defend himself there or try to get a 4.
Just the one slip and then a gully. That one was very wide off the off stump. Nalla Peruma just decided to leave that one, not play any ball in aggressively. Nalaperum is now 20 runs and is proved to be a valuable partner for Sithara Hapahinna.
Vithanage is looking pretty desperate to get one of these two out. They make a pretty good team. If he can disrupt that, then that'll be really good for Royal.
It's a very good middle order partnership going on here. It's a good shot by Nalaperuma, but no runs.
Ramesh continues towards that direction.
Vithanage is going a very even line and length, consistently limiting the batsman in the shot selection. It's just both batsmen seem to just play the same shot over and over again. It's not without effect, but simply without a diverse range from which they can choose from.
However, this could be the strategy to confuse the Royals. Maybe get them to assume that they're going to hit there and then try to go for somewhere else.
Well, it's possible, but I think Royals have accounted for that with their field setting.
Yeah, that's true.
Very balanced field setting. And Sandeepa will be continuing from the Maitland Place end with Hapohinna on strike.
Hapohinna goes again for his defense, and they're trying to make runs.
And that was a great shot by
that a four?
Hapohinna.
That's a
and
4
it
by
reaches the
Hapohinna. Good
boundary.
job. That's his half century there, ladies and gentlemen.
And a very well played for half century by Sithara Hapohinna. Came in at the right moment, 3 down, and has stayed at the crease while he's seen other people depart. Has contributed to St. Thomas's College scoreboard greatly. He's formed a great middle order partnership with Ramesh Nalaperuma, and
Just 15 points for the lead, ladies and gentlemen, for the Thomians.
St. Thomas College now trailing only by 15 runs. At this very stage, Royal College was 240 for 7 wickets. And St. Thomas College 240 for 4 wickets. It looks like they're doing much better. Sandeepa continues. And that was a close one there. Looks like there was a slight bottom edge.
Yeah.
Smart shot by Hapohinna, the boundary just hit. There's no one in that general vicinity. There's just a slip, and then you got deep square leg, and there's no one else in the leg side boundary. No fine leg.
Yeah.
And so when he drifts the ball just wide of the wicket keeper, it's definitely going to go down for 4.
If this were the 50-over match, the Royalists would have won by a landslide.
Oh, well, yes, that's true. St. Thomas College is scoring at a much slower rate than Royal College. 43 overs, 255, and St. Thomas College 69 overs, 240.
They're going at a very slow, but they're getting rate. They're going at a very slow rate, but they're getting runs. They're getting it in. That's what counts. But will they be able to continue? Will Royal be able to disrupt their tactics? The Thomian crowd has really got excited about this, and the Royal crowd, I'm talking about the boys' stands here, they've died down a bit.
Well, they haven't seen a wicket in some time.
Yeah.
After those 3 quick wickets, they were expecting a collapse, but it didn't really happen because of Hapohinna.
After the Hapohinna and Nalaperuma came in, that was they solidified their defenses a bit.
So Vithanage will continue from the media box end.
Nalla Perma on strike. Once again, we see both the captains facing off. He pulls it in and Nalla Perma. That was very close call for Nalla Perma. That would have been the end for him and that formation that the Thomians have built up. However, Vitanake seemed to have dropped that. Looks pretty shaken up about it.
Reacting very fast but not able to keep his grasp on the ball.
Vitanake balls.
And that's a thick top edge and it's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Another 4 for Nalla Perma.
Wild swing at that ball. That was a bounce of a ball far off to the offside. Nalla Perma just trying to go on the back foot and trying to cut it through the covers.
Yeah.
Maybe through the...
Yeah, and just 11 runs more for the Thomians to take the lead. The Royalists seem really desperate to get one of these two out. It doesn't matter which one they get out. If they get one of them out, it looks like the formation will break down. However, they are playing both very well defensive-wise and offensive-wise.
Vitanake was getting a reaction out of Nalla Perma here. First one was an almost wicket, and then second one he was a wild slash at the ball in a row. So obviously eliciting some kind of response from the Thomian captain here. It just remains to be seen whether that is enough for him to get the wicket that he wants.
Certainly a good year for Hapuin because he got his half century. Wonder if he'll be able to get a century. Doubt it though.
Hapuin is playing pretty smart cricket now. As soon as he came in, we suspected that he's a batsman who can hammer but not really stay at the crease. But he's batting very smartly.
Yeah,
he knows exactly
how
to pick
defend
shots. He knows when.
Yes. Yeah.
Quite smart and efficient cricket by Hapuin here.
And I guess the fact that he's batting alongside his captain is helping him in that sense.
Definitely some moral support.
Yeah.
In the captain by his side.
Vitanage once again trying to go.
Going over the wicket to the left-hand batsman and he goes for the shot.
Oh.
Into the ground and quickly fielded by Helitha Vitanage.
I think everybody in the crowd got a bit of a hard jerk there.
And there's a wild slash by Hapuin. Went on the front
There's an
foot.
appeal.
And then switched to the back foot at the last moment as he tried to cut it through the covers, but missed the ball. And that's going to be the end of the over.
There have been a
70th
lot
over.
of close calls for both Hapuin and Nalla Perma, but none of them have really turned out well for the Royalists.
That's right, Hapuin has gone for the ball on more than one occasion and nearly paid for it.
Yeah. Same in Nalla Perma.
Nalla Perma is now 25 runs of 55 balls. And Hapuin 52 runs of 74 balls. So Hapuin definitely the more fast-paced batsman of the pair of them.
Nalla Perma is more of a defensive type. Hapuin is more their heavy hitter. Abhishek Pereira coming into bowl. Will he be able to make an impact?
Pereira is a very consistent bowler, very even line and length.
And another defensive shot there by Ramesh.
And there we see an interesting ball by Abhishek Pereira. He was short pitched, but using the back of the hand to just roll over the ball. Obviously trying to keep the ball, obviously trying to make the ball bounce a little bit higher than usual. Just the one slip for the Royal College field.
The Royalists getting either Nalaperma or Hapin out could mean the match. It could make a huge difference for them. If they do that, then things are looking really good for them.
Smart shot there by Hapuinna. It's going to run it down to the third man boundary for 1 run.
Eight runs for the lead.
St. Thomas is very slowly inching their way towards the lead here. It's very easy for them to get the lead. Oh, that's a good ball by Pereira.
Brilliant.
Inside edge, and
and
it's going
it's
to
a
go.
4. That fielder looks very disappointed with himself.
That was a fine, just a glance towards the fine leg boundary. There was a good ball by Pereira, and just Nalaperma got a bit lucky. And they're going for a quick single here. Teyendu Senaratne at the mid-on position. And that's got Hapuinna on strike for the rest of the over.
Can sense the excitement on both teams here.
That's always how it is when you're nearing the end of a day, especially in the last session.
Yeah.
It all kind of comes down to this moment. Of course, even more so in the third day.
Yeah.
Another quick single for Thomian batsman. Thomian batsmen are kind of just pushing the ball to the edges of the field, getting the ones and the twos.
And neither of the teams have gotten any sixers yet for this entire match.
Yes, we were expecting a few sixes from Hapuinna as soon as it came in, but we're yet to see one.
Hapuinna has changed his style, I guess, this year.
And that was a massive bouncer by Pereira. So much so that it was called a wide by the umpire. And first warning as well.
Just 2 runs to break even.
All will be desperate for a wicket in these last few balls. Oh, it's a good shot by
Nalaperma again continuing to go on his defensive strategy, not willing to risk anything.
St. Thomas College 254 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. St. Thomas College were 174 runs for the loss of 4 wickets, and Royal College were 172 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. So a massive advantage of St. Thomas College. Even now, they got 253 for 4, Royal College at this stage were 7 wickets down, and then 2 runs later, they got all out. 3 quick wickets in quick succession. Royal will be hoping that the same thing will happen to St. Thomas College, but somehow it's very doubtful that it will.
The Royalists haven't played Ramanaka as bowler recently after he got the batsman out. But now they're bringing him in. See if they can make a difference. Ramanaka getting ready. Try and take one of them out. Preferably two, I guess.
The umpires are having a word with the batsman on the pitch here. We're not quite sure what the problem is. Time is still only 3:45, so it can't be bad light. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here.
Looks like the Royalists are coming up with a strategy while both umpires are having a word with the batsman. They're checking the weather to see if they can continue playing or not, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like the umpires are just referring to the top box, seeing whether it's okay to continue play.
Weather looks fine, but I don't really know. So
It's a bit cloudy, but that's about it.
yeah.
It's not any worse than it was half an hour ago either.
In fact, it's cleared up from what it was. Clouds used to be covering the field.
Thomian batsman still in the middle of the pitch having a small rest, but the entirety of the Royal team has actually moved out of the grounds and are waiting at the edge of the pitch.
So it is.
the stage. I want to feel yourself better than everyone on this stage.